speaking of, if you don't already have Phasmophobia, you should get it. Then you can play with us.
Okay. I turned my stream on. Hello.
Hello.
So checking in where we were last, the first thing I want to talk about is leveling up. And everyone got level 5. Jewel had a question a moment ago about does a level up count as a long rest? And sort of a multi-part answer here. So it counts as a long rest. However, if you are currently missing hit points, so for example, if you were at 10 out of 20 and you gain 5 hit points as a result of leveling up, those hit points are full. So in this example, you're at 10 out of 20, you're at half. You gain 5 hit points when you level. Now you're at 15 out of 25. So all spells are refreshed as if you rested. You can change around spells as per the PHP, but any injury is maintained. So I know there was a lot of discussion about sort of the inherent balance of what we'd be changing. I know some people thought about picking up different levels. This would seem like a perfectly reasonable time to maybe talk about that. Do you guys want to go down maybe one at a time and talk about this? You can certainly choose to belay this, I think, if you'd prefer these things to come out in character. But if you're interested in talking about things from a balance perspective or any last minute questions before you finalize that level 5, let's talk about it.
I assume you don't care too much about how we determine the hit points?
No. You can use any approved method.
If I just give a stamp of approval, does that count?
What do you mean?
I'm just kidding. Like, if I just feel like giving myself 100 hit points and then I just give it a seal of approval, is that good? Good enough for you?
You can give yourself the maximum hit die of hit points if you'd like. Certainly I would have no way of policing that. Well, I think that's a valid question. So let's say if your hit die is D8, can you just give yourself 8 hit points? Sure.
I just let D&D Beyond determine what I get, which I think is like the middle ground of it, or like the median.
I roll all my stuff.
Just remember, the DM can always kill you.
True. You're not wrong.
And then, do we have to adjust our tokens in roll 20?
Yes, you do. Excellent question. Please. We will talk about where you find yourselves in a moment here, but you will notice your tokens are here in this forested glade. Feel free to, actually don't feel free to, please update your hit points and then feel free to arrange yourself in a way that would befit a conversation. And then, does anyone have any out-of-character comments or anything before we are ready to go? Let's do it. So I do want to catch up to where we were last time we met. So you were fleeing something. You were fleeing the scene of something. You have, as a group, ended up in a protected small glade just outside of the north of town, outside of Dawngleam. You are now north of Dawngleam on a small path in a small glade that allows you to catch up with each other for a brief moment, potentially before anything would transpire. You find yourselves in that glade right now. Underfoot, you have brown leaves. Around you, you're surrounded by deciduous trees. The sun is high in the sky. It is roughly noon here on Monday. You find yourselves together.
Oh, there was something I wanted to do.
Go ahead.
Character. So the feint attack thing that I was using yesterday, I was using it wrong. Didn't realize it. Because I was thinking this thing's way too strong. That I have to be using this wrong, and I was right. Okay. In order to use a feint attack, you have to use your bonus action to do the feint, and then you have to use your normal action to do the attack. So I just wanted to clear that up.
After that, our last session, I went back, and so during session, I was looking up feint, which is like somebody's like homebrew thing, but it's in various 5e SRD areas. So you were using Fainting Attack, which I am familiar with, which is the Battlemaster thing. But during the session,
Yes.
I was kind of like, I don't recognize this, but let's just run with it and I'll clean it up afterwards. So I forgot to talk to you. But yes, I looked at it afterwards and was like, oh, I know what you're using. So yes, I think we're on the same page. But in session, I didn't want to slow any crocodile combat by
Right.
pulling out the PHP or whatever. But no, I think we arrived somewhere fine. And actually, Green Grommel,
Yep.
you noticed something. You feel something, Grant. You feel that you are fervently bringing the will of Tempest into the world. You observe that the largest of the 4 dire crocodile teeth seems to gleam with the will of the god of war. It seems to be different, changed. What was once a tooth is now something more. For everybody else, it is about noon. The sun gleams through the trees. You find yourself a bit concerned about the scene of the crime, if it was in fact a crime, that you have recently availed yourselves from.
I think that we would do best to leave this town. I don't think there's much left for us here.
I couldn't agree more.
That dagger is nuts.
We're still stuck in this house,
Oh, I'm sorry.
out of character.
Thank you for saying that. Now you're not.
Thank you.
Now you're where you should be.
Tierney, you want to go ahead and take the lead?
Yeah,
El Capitan?
I would like to. So we're going north. I do not have a ton of woodland experience. I would like to defer to Eden during the off-road part of this trip. Is there any advice you can give us, or can you guide us in a sensible manner through this woodland area?
I mean, I think as long as we all keep an ear out for potential visitors, we should be fine. Out of character, we have the horses in the cart with us, like we're arranged in the cart. Or are we just walking?
Well, wait, did we just leave the house and we're like in the woods next to that building, or where are we actually?
You took off running. You are just outside of town, to the direct north of Dawngleam. You are within a stone's throw of town.
Got it. Okay, so we have the horses and everything, like Joel said.
Not with you right now. So with you right now, it is the 4 of you having ripped your way, having run headlong out of a dangerous situation. You have a number of supplies back at the Cormier Historical Society, but they're not with you right now.
I see.
I propose we go back and retrieve the 2 horses
Yep.
Agreed.
with discretion.
Yeah. Somebody came and they had mentioned that they knew we were Grint's companions, so I can only assume that they may go there first to look for us.
Well, it's only been a short amount of time, and people may not know that this transgression occurred, so the faster we make our way in, the better we are. I propose we go immediately.
Agreed.
I'm going to look at Grint. How do you look to me as far as damage?
Grant is like leaning on his sword to walk. He's burned all over. He's bleeding profusely.
Grit, I propose you take the back for this expedition.
Aye. Good.
Okay.
Eden, I know that you made a pact to not heal him, but do you think maybe just so he's not slowing down the group, we can maybe put our differences aside for like one spell?
He doesn't seem to be slowing down the group right now, so.
The DM's
He's
scratching the
walking.
back of his neck, so I don't know.
All right. Let's move. Keep an eye out for Ian, but if we don't happen upon him, I don't think we have time to scour this village.
Can we leave him a message, perhaps, at the Historical Society?
That's a good That's a good idea. We should.
Oh, gracious DM. How do we get back to the horse and buggy?
You are in a glade. You are in the woods. You tell me if you are we pushing through trees here? You are surrounded by relatively thick underbrush. It's a good place to have a conversation, but it may be tough going if you want to simply move over land.
Hey, Eden, this seems to be pretty rough terrain here. Do you maybe want to take the form of something that would make it a little easier?
Well, we're not lost. It's just difficult to push through.
Might be good for you to be able to get out of sight, though, if something happens.
I mean, I could cast that spell that makes us all blend in better with the shadows if we think we want to move through the town without being noticed.
I don't know, Tierney, what do you think?
Well, we're going to have to leave the town with horses, so one way or another, we are taking a direct route. All I'm hoping is that we don't get happened upon while we do this. And if we do, we have exit routes.
Everybody roll 2 things, perception and insight. And we will mediate the perception first. So let me know, raise a hand if you get a over 16 perception.
Got a natural 1 on both.
Ruff is here in spirit. Oh.
That's a good one. Trinity Fang, the glade feels placid. You watch the trees sway in the wind, and you think that nobody can see you back here. How about insight? Anyone get higher than a 14? Noted.
What can you expect? We just came out of a massive battle. Not me, but the others.
You feel a sense of safety. You feel a sense of serenity. Grint, your wounds ache. Everywhere that the exposed acid, everywhere where the acid hit your exposed skin, at first it burned. Then the acid deadens the nerves. And then, as time goes on, the feeling starts to come back. It is acutely painful. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Ooh, okay. Eight.
Grint Grommel. This reminds you of fighting goblins deep under the earth who also used weapons of acid. Unfortunately, this memory offers you no succor. All you can think about is how much older you feel than when you fought those goblins. Your wounds are starting to feel ancient on your skin. Not only do you hurt, but you ache.
if we feel good enough, why don't we move toward town?
I agree.
We need to
You
move
go ahead
fast.
and lead the way.
Move fast? Can do. I'm going to unceremoniously push through this annoying brush.
Roll nature.
Ah, nature, my favorite. Love a good nature. Natural 1.
How?
You navigate the forest poorly. Your feet seem to naturally find a long, straight, dead branch, and as your weight presses down on it, it instantly snaps. A loud crack echoes through the glade. From somewhere close, you hear the sounds of alert conversation. Everybody roll perception.
19.
22.
18. There we go.
Miss Vaughn?
It's just an 8.
Alan, you hear distant songbirds. Grint, Jewel, Tierney, you hear 2 people talking below you on the path. It's impossible to hear what they're saying, but you know there's a path that leads north to south here. It's how you got into the glade. You hear 2 people walking along it, talking to each other. They seem alerted. You can't see anything. Tierney, you wish you hadn't stepped on that branch.
I'll freeze.
You freeze in place. Everybody roll initiative.
5.
8.
17.
11.
Grin Cromwell, at the top of the initiative order, you watched as Tierney Fang, your companion, stepped on a branch. The crack echoed through the glade. Now you can hear something through your weary ears. A tense, terse, alerted conversation on the path near you. You have the funny sense that people could be looking for you. It's your turn.
Grint just breathes in real deep. He says, "No rest for the wicked." Grint's gonna use Cure Wounds on himself. He might not get any rest anytime soon. It's what? 1d8 plus 1.
Can you describe the visual components of this heal?
Grint's energy, if you will, is bright orange. So applying it to himself, it would just kind of he would apply it to one of the burn spots probably, and it would just kind of just like a orange glow wash over him very briefly.
The orange glow is light enough to cast its own shadows here in the forest.
9 HP.
You heal yourself, your wounds close. The feeling of acid on your skin fades away. It remains your turn, Grint.
Grint's not super good with direction. So he's going to say, "Which way do we head?"
I'm going.
I should point out he lowered voice, not he didn't shout it. Anybody. So do we go away from them or towards them? Well, somebody figure it out. And Grint ends his turn.
Alan Vaughn, it becomes your turn.
I'm gonna move slowly back towards Eden. Eden.
Yeah.
Now might be a good time to do that fancy spell. That's my turn.
Eden Cather, it becomes your turn.
Eden will cast Pass Without Trace. So on everybody surrounding him. And he will, I think, try to start making his way back towards the through the forest towards town.
Roll nature.
Come on, druid. 17?
You observe. Oh, am I out of focus? What's going on? Hello?
Yeah.
You are. You're blurred.
It's very dramatic.
You observe the path that you followed in. You know instinctively that one paw follows another, and you could easily slip out the way that you came in, back toward town. However, gazing at your companions, you wonder if the delicate footing necessary to accomplish this without much sound is within the repertoire of your companions. It remains your turn, Eden.
Eden will briefly turn towards the others and still with a lowered voice say, I think one of us should go back to get the horses and I will meet you here.
That doesn't seem like a good idea. If there's people looking for us and they find one of us,
We'll be in the Grint situation again.
what's that supposed to mean?
I don't want to be in a pit with an alligator.
Oh,
Shh.
Well, one of you has invisibility. Can you make your way back that way? I would shift, but I cannot drive a cart as a cat.
It's good. It's a fair point. I think we should go together.
I would second that.
Are we all being made invisible? Is that something you're capable of doing?
No. But Tyranny and I can both be invisible, if that helps. You can be a cat.
Grint stands out the most as the person they're all looking for.
Well, we could disguise him as a fat woman.
You see something.
Why do I have to be fat?
Just to cover your natural curves, Grint.
You see the shoulder of a man as it pushes through the brush. And then his head and his face. He looks like a trapper to you. He's wearing brown leathers. He looks young. As he pushes through the wood, he calls over his shoulder. Adam, it's them!
He can see through Pass Without a Trace?
It's not an invisibility spell.
Yeah.
It just, yeah, but it's supposed to help you, like, I see.
It helps us move, but would not actively hide us.
It would like prevent the bloody footprints in the abattoir, but it wouldn't prevent somebody from literally seeing you.
You have been spotted. Your conversation carried through the forest. This trapper seems to have seen you and is calling out to his friend.
Whose turn?
This is broadly anyone saying anything, responding.
Oh, I would like to cast Charm Person if it's my turn.
You can do so. So your turn is next, but I think we can do that as a reaction while this is happening. I think that's sensible.
Like he's looking over his shoulder.
Charm person. Yeah, I like that. What's your spell DC?
Should be 14.
Wisdom save, I believe.
Yes. No, Charisma. This was the issue we had before. 4 plus 8 plus 2. 14.
He fails. You enter his mind on a limited basis. Your tendrils. Tierney, the power of your shadow, your ability to influence the minds of others, quickly overpowers the simple mind of this young trapper. You control him.
Tell me, are we your quarry?
His head moves with a single motion. He looks at you and speaks in blank monotone. Yes.
I think you'll find that us 4 plus the 12 mercenaries we have behind us are too much for you two to take on.
Roll persuasion at advantage.
$15.
You inflate the importance of your retinue. The man nods his head and says simply in a even monotone, unaffected voice, "Okay, that's a lot of people."
Probably it's best if you find yourself away from here.
As you say this, another man approaches your thrall. He has a shield tied to his left arm, and he comes and places his arm on the shoulder of his friend. He looks at him and looks at you and doesn't seem to understand the situation. He says, Dale. He shakes him violently.
Gotta get out of here.
Distantly, somewhere, someone watches this from afar. Grint, at the top of the initiative order, back to you. You see this transpiring.
The guy with the red shield, does his armor look recognizable? Have I seen his uniform before?
Roll intelligence.
Four.
Grint, this man looks to you like common mercenary scum. Scum is underlined in your head.
Grint is going to call out to the man with the red shield. He's going to go, "Why are you looking for us?"
One moment. The man sizes you up. He's taller than you, but in this moment you can tell that he feels smaller than you. We're looking for Look, we're just trying to get a reward. It's not a quarrel.
No, it certainly won't be much of one. I suggest you forget you found us.
Roll intimidation.
Eight.
Roll it at advantage.
Ten.
You tell him to forget what he saw. He looks at you and steels his brow for a moment. Grint, ever the tactician, you know what he's thinking. He's thinking he's got 30 feet of rough terrain on you. How would you stop him, even if you wanted to? Still your turn.
He's thinking about stopping me. Grint's gonna say, "Oh, well, we tried diplomacy." Grint is going to charge this man.
Take your move.
Can I reach him? Is that 25?
Each square that is occupied by plants is rough terrain and costs double your move.
Shit. Okay. Let me think. But with dash, I could reach him.
You could get to him without dash, I'm pretty sure. You could, if you, is your move 30?
I think it's 25. It's 25.
If it's 25, you can get one west of the man with the shield. So yes, you can close this distance without dash.
Oh, okay then. You said one west of him, which is yeah, I see. Okay.
There are various ways to adjudicate stuff like this.
So then, let's get some of this new shit in here. Let's try a what's it called? A shove attack. His athletics versus mine.
$14.
14. Shit, what does that mean?
I mean, he rolled a 14 on athletics.
So did I. That's what I mean. We met.
Let's roll again. 6.
23.
You shove him to the ground. Is that correct? You slam him to the ground. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct. Yes.
You do so. You overpower him with raw strength.
And he is knocked prone, yeah?
He is knocked prone. Your turn ends.
I have a bonus action.
Go ahead. Oh, yes, go ahead. Well, okay, go ahead.
Excellent. I'm going to use War Priest to attack him with my bonus action.
Okay.
And with my new Great Weapon Master, I'm going to take a -5 on that roll.
God.
For an extra 10 damage possible.
Okay.
You're a character, Grint.
Mm-hmm. First one's an 18. Okay, so does an 18 hit?
Yes.
Awesome. $22 damage.
The man's friend maintains his eye contact with you, Tierney, as his friend is butchered beside him. Grint, your sword easily penetrates his thin, flimsy, studded leather armor. His shield is not up because he is prone on the ground. Your sword connects with his chest, destroying his sternum, going through the cavity of his thorax and piercing his spine. You kill him.
God damn.
Your turn ends.
Okay, then, yeah.
As you feel what you are feeling, Alan Vaughn, you witness this. It becomes your turn.
I take 2 steps to my right, one leg crossing over the other, and I will Eldritch Blast this guy twice.
Playtime's over.
I guess I forgot to roll 2 hit. Hold on.
How are you casting it twice?
Because I am at 5th level now, so I get 2 separate. I don't know, that's what the spell says. I'm not casting it twice. It has 2 separate, like, projectiles.
Oh,
I
I
will read it to
see.
you.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
You're-
it says the spell creates 1 or more beams based on your level, so it has 2 beams.
You cast Eldritch Blast. Now at 5th level. Yes, I'm with you.
So let me roll for the hit. Hold on.
Spell says make a separate attack roll for each beam.
Got it. Very good. Sorry, I less rolled 20. One is a 17 plus 7. So whatever that ends up being, 24, I think.
24 hits.
All right, and then 11.
11 hits.
Great. So the first amount of damage is 13. Oh, I'm sorry, no. First is 8, second is 15, so a total of 13 damage.
You assault this man with dark energy. Tierney holds his mind still as you pummel him with dark power. His body crumples. The blasts of power and force smash his bones underneath his limited protective armor. He emits a foul gasp, and you realize that he has landed in the brush right next to his friend. Both of them appear to be very dead.
Do I feel him die since I'm in his mind?
You do. You feel something horrible, Tierney. You feel that you have abstractly held this man down as Alan has reaved his soul. You wonder, briefly, who was more of the killer here? Her? You? Both of you together? Whose blood is this man's hands? Whose hands is this man's blood on, Tierney?
I'll push that thought out of my mind if I can. But I am disquieted.
You still can.
Grint, hurry up and say your sending off thing, and let's get out of here.
I'm going to wordlessly walk up and check their bodies.
There could be more.
Yeah, so let's be quick about it.
Take your movement. Let's stay on the initiative order for right now. So, Alan, still your turn. You have.
I moved. I ended.
Okay.
I'm good.
Got it. Eden Cather.
Eden's just sort of standing in shock, and will pass his turn without saying anything.
Eden, let's talk about that sense of shock. You were studying for a way out, and you found one. You were able to discern a peaceful method of reconciling the situation. You showed your friends a way out. And yet, left to their own devices for merely 10 seconds, they find 2 people and slay them. The thought worms into your mind. Are you also a murderer? Was this murder? Are you responsible? Looking back at the path you set forward, you feel a sense of futility. It remains your turn. You attempt to push this from your mind. You attempt to pass your turn, and yet it pushes back against you.
I think Eden is sort of 2 minds where he's like, he could lose his shit immediately in an almost throwing a tantrum, but it would not help them as they are currently on the run trying to escape without notice. And so I think he's spending all of his willpower just, especially as Alan approaches, just like staying still.
You attempt to bottle this up inside you. You try to save this for another day. You wonder, Mr. Cather, is that day coming soon? Tierney Fang, it becomes your turn.
I'm going to walk up and inspect the bodies. I'm not going to do so very well because surreptitiously I'm going to make sure the guy in the mind of the trapper in brown, I'm going to fix his hair. Make sure he doesn't look like shit in his death pose. I feel bad. I was in his mind.
Whose hair do you use as a prototype for arranging his?
My own.
Tierney Fang gets a strange sensation brushing someone else's hair. His skin is still warm, but you know that'll pass soon. Roll investigation to ascertain what you quickly found on his body.
Can I do so at disadvantage?
Of course you can.
Nine.
You find something. You find a single gold coin. Do you take it?
I do. Dead men buy no ales.
Is that how you rationalize it to yourself?
Yep. As much action as I have, which I assume is none, I'll glance over at the other fellow. He looks a little bit more heavily armored. If I have another turn, I'll spend my turn searching him.
You touch the man's body, trying to find out if he has any valuables. As you feel around his ribcage, attempting to find if he has a necklace of value, perhaps something shoved into his shirt. He seems very skinny, underfed, perhaps even starving. There is nothing of value on this man's corpse now that Grint's sword has cleaved through his ratty, studded leather armor. He has a poorly designed shield and this destroyed armor on his body. Roll perception, Tierney.
17.
Tierney Fang, you have a strange sensation. Over the past week, you have found yourself minting a sense of something new inside of yourself, a sense of paranoia, a sense that you're always being watched. For the past few nights, when you have been attempting to fall asleep, you have told yourself a great lie. You have told yourself that the only person watching you could be the gods, someone distant, someone far away. You have told yourself something convenient and helpful, that this feeling that you're being watched must be untrue. And yet, in this moment, you become aware of someone. Distantly, in the corner of your vision, you become aware of something. As you pat down these bodies, you realize where you're standing. You can see a bit more of the road. There is a rock wall to your east. It's about 4 feet high. Next to the rock wall, there's a small wooden structure. For a brief moment, you felt like someone was watching you from the structure. It remains your turn.
I'll straighten up abruptly.
You straighten up abruptly.
I'm going to stare directly at the structure. Try and gain as much information as I can.
Roll perception.
My favorite.
Certainly,
22.
You find yourself rolling about 22. What was the natural on that?
14. I spent my feat on a perception feat.
You are ever perceptive, Mr. Fang. And you saw something strange, a peculiar looking person. Someone watching you with one eye. Someone who is not Grint, seeing you from a single eye socket. You see little more than their haunting visage as they gaze at you from the structure for a long moment and then slip away unceremoniously without saying a word.
Believe my turn's over.
I would say so too. Grint, at the top of the order.
Grant looks down at both these guys. Did they have weapons on them at all?
They did. One man has a tarnished short sword, still in its scabbard. One man has a crude iron dagger. You could collect them if you'd like, but you sense quickly that these are underwhelming weapons,
Yeah.
ill-suited to anyone other than a peasant.
Grant's, can I also see like the road in front of us now?
You can. As you exit the forest, you are now on the road leading north out of Dawngleam. You know this road well. You must be north of where you first met Paul McMill. Still close to Dawngleam, just outside of the town.
Okay. Grant looks around, doesn't see anybody else coming. He sheaths his sword. He says, "Great Tempest, we disparage not those who fall before us." And he just looks down at the two guys and he says, "Sorry, lads. Wrong place, wrong time."
You look.
Yeah, go ahead.
You look down at their bodies with a sense of reverence. Looking up for a moment afterwards, you notice something peculiar. An owl silently flying through the air, studying you for a moment before flying north.
Grint won't think anything of that. He'll call back. He'll say, "There's a road here."
Your voice echoes through the glade. Everyone hears this clearly.
If people are already looking for us, we should be as quick as possible. Grint would like to search their bodies, particularly looking for some kind of notice, some kind of letter, some kind of why the fuck are they looking for us type deal, even if it seems obvious.
Roll insight.
$15.
You have a feeling that this could have been sent into motion multiple ways. You wonder if people looking for you, rather than being a notice where your face is in every tavern, Grint, if this isn't a bit like what happened to the Dwergar before he lost his head.
I did have a question about that. Did Grint see the Dwegar die?
You did not, but you have successfully inferred this information.
Okay. If that leads Grint to think about the Dwegar, he's going to ask about the armor then. He's going to say, so, did our friend complete the armor? Eh? He's looking back to the group.
I'm not that close. Could I even hear him?
Yeah, he would have said it loud enough so everyone could hear him.
Grant is not subtle.
Yeah, it's back at our place.
Oh, well, that's good then. That's good. We should get back there real quick then, eh?
That's the plan.
Grint's gonna step out onto the road. So if we're north of where Paul was, we need to head south to get back to the Historical Society, right?
Correct.
Grint will move to right there.
You can see a bit more of the world.
I will end my turn there.
Alan Vaughn.
I'm going to use the dash action and catch up with Grint. Because the brush is rough terrain, I would need to go through this little opening over here, right? Okay, so that's not halved. Okay.
You can cut through that one down tree, and we're not going to have your motion. You can use the dash action and catch up to Grint, no problem.
Okay, I just catch up to Grint. I would have, on the way here, I would have nudged Eden to come with. That's it. I guess I'd like to perceive to see if I can see anything that Tierney did not see, or just in general.
Certainly. Roll perception.
10.
You see something. There's a structure here. Fairly nondescript, wooden. It adjoins a high rock-walled area. You observe, as you catch up the Grint, there is a small wooden bench placed amongst a deliberate planting of trees.
Does the structure look like a house, or does it look like a graveyard?
Your mind settles on your last conclusion. It does feel like a graveyard. You feel like you've sussed it out quickly.
Well, I think it's ironic that these guys died outside of a graveyard. Too bad we don't have enough time to put them there. That's it.
Or is it? If you won't put them there, your mind wraps around something. Who will?
Hey, Grint. There's a graveyard over here. Maybe we should. I know we got to go fast, but maybe we can just toss these guys in there. At least they're closer to their final resting place.
Pull them onto the road.
Pull them onto the road.
Aye.
Oh God! Like
I don't think that
like
that's
they're
appropriate.
dogs or something. That's fucking awful.
Well,
Grinth is so
we're being chased.
something
So,
rough around the edges.
Use them as an example.
no. Someone will find them. Someone else will move them.
But if. Okay, all right. I'll help you. Can we go back and just do this fast?
Fine.
Tierney, help us drag these men's bodies onto the road so somebody will find them and move them to their grave. I'll go try to. The skinnier one of the two. I will try to move.
Your mind attempts to select which one looks easier to move. You find yourself having trouble categorizing them that way, even though it's legitimate. Looking at their lifeless eyes, all you can think of is, this is the one Grint killed, this is the one I killed. The one you killed is a bit skinnier. He
I'll
looks
move that one.
He looks underfed, underweight, underprepared, obviously. Where do you move his body?
I'm going to try and move it onto the path, so not on the road directly, but onto the, like. Let me see. Hold on. Oop. Here.
Do you have any help? Or are you dragging him by his feet or something?
Yeah. No. Yes. No and yes. No, I will try to do it on my own. I am the one that killed this man. I should be the one to put him where he needs to be. Unless I have the ability to move him into the graveyard. I know Grint wants to put the other guy somewhere, but I think that he should be in the graveyard.
You could. Certainly, if Alan's heart takes her a certain direction, I see no reason why. Alan is physically able to get him up that path to the graveyard, if that's what you mean. Certainly, you'd have to drag him by the feet. It might take a couple turns, but you could do it. It's within the realm of possibility.
I don't think I have a couple of turns to do that. Somebody is chasing us, and we are wanting to be dead. So, although my moral code says that I should do that, I also have to look out for what's in my best interest and make sure that I stay alive. I don't want to be the one in the graveyard.
You feel ever the pragmatist, Alan Vaughn. Roll perception.
That's a net one.
You find yourself being distracted by something. You thought you heard something in the sky. Looking up, you find yourself studying the clouds for a long period of time, trying to discern what the weather may be like. Eden Cather, it becomes your turn.
All right, Eden will come out onto the road, leaving behind the path that he found, and I guess seeing Alan try to drag one of the bodies, he'll go help with the other one. He's still very clearly in shock.
Define help. Walk me through exactly what you want to do here.
I think he understands that they don't want to leave them languishing in obscurity in the forest. So he will try to like gather up the body, almost like hood him over his shoulder and carry him out onto the road.
Roll strength. Putting a body over one's shoulder is hard work.
That's a 5.
You can't quite heft him over your shoulder. He's light, but you're rather light as well. It's hard to get a good grip on him and heft him up and over.
I guess he'll hook his arms under his and sort of drag his upper body.
You do so. You hook your arms under his, and you become aware of something. Grint's sword went directly through the front of his chest, coming out the back, destroying his spine. A stream of viscera and miscellaneous fluids is seeping out of the man's back onto your chest as you move him. The smell is foul. Roll a Constitution saving throw.
A 4.
You dry heave. You feel a sense of revulsion as you attempt to move the body of a young man that Grint Grommel skewered with his sword. You are having quite the time of this, Eden. You struggle to work with the dead. This makes you very skeevy, doesn't it? It remains your turn if you'd like to... What's the word? If you'd like to interact with this body in any other way. Is interact the right word?
No, I think just as quickly as possible. I remember Grant was trying to look for a notice or anything, but I don't think that turned up with anything, or you didn't get to do that yet.
He found nothing. You could look independently, or confer with Grint.
So I guess Eden will finally find his voice and sort of say, "Did you find out anything about who these men were?"
No.
So we don't know who sent them.
No.
Crickets chirping in Eden's head.
You feel unsatisfied with this result. Roll perception.
15.
Roll Arcana.
14.
You observe something. Circling high overhead, there is some sort of magical sentinel. You can sense that this is more than it appears. It takes the form of an owl, but you know that this is something more.
Tierney.
Mm-hmm.
Owls don't come out in the middle of the day. That's somebody's familiar above us.
Point it to me.
Eden points up at the circling sentinel owl.
I'll lock my gaze on it.
You do so, Tierney. You lock your gaze on this creature. Roll Arcana. To your eyes, it appears to be little more than a barn owl. It's brown. With
22.
With a light belly. But you know what it actually is. This is some form of magical sentinel, you think. Certainly magic is imbued in this creature. You wonder what its keen eyes can see.
There's somebody in that house watching us as well. Something.
Well, I think we've given them plenty of reason not to approach us.
I think we need to nip this in the bud before we have a tail for our entire journey.
Is this Eden's turn becoming Tierney's turn?
Yes.
It becomes your turn, Tierney.
Eden, will you accompany me as I approach this house?
Alan, before I go, can you help me with the blood that's all over me?
Oh, yes, of course. I'll use
Guys.
prestidigitation if I can to clean him up.
They'll be dead in 5 minutes, too. There's somebody in that house. I need you all frosty.
Oh, we're gonna kill this person.
I didn't say kill. I didn't make a move on these fellows. But it seems to be
I thought it was a
murder.
graveyard.
There seems to be murder in our wake today.
Alan, you use prestidigitation to remove the gore from Alan's chest.
I think this is an accidental interloper. I don't know if it's related to the owl.
Well, I don't think we should really investigate it. I think we should just keep a move on.
I think somebody already has a bead on us, and we should head this off at the pass.
So you want to kill the owl then?
I didn't say kill the owl. I don't know what's going on yet.
Fucking take it out.
Are we out of turn order or no?
No, we're on. It's Tierney Fang's turn.
Well, if you don't feel like investigating, then I will.
I was going to say, I definitely can, but it's your turn.
All right, I end here. Sorry.
You walk along this path that during later times you may have called pastoral, Tierney. You can see a bit more from up here. There are 3 rows of gravestones in a solemn-looking graveyard.
This was a church.
There are flowers growing at the edges of the walls. The stone walls were roughly 4 or 5 feet high, irregular. They look like they were laid here long ago. Some of the graves have noticeable grave markers. Some have been worn down by time. You sense that this is ancient.
I'll look at the building to my left. I assume it's a decrepit church building?
It looks like a chapel that has potentially seen better days. It is 1 story tall. The roof is somewhat collapsed, yet maintains enough structural integrity to keep the elements out.
At a glance, do I recognize any religious symbology?
You recognize that many... roll religion.
Six.
You glance at the building. You glance at the graves. You attempt to infer what deity may have shepherded the dead to the lower planes from this place once. You can't tell. You see that many of the graves have been defaced with chisels, limiting your ability to quickly understand what happened here.
The last thing I will try to observe with my glance is if any of the graves have been disturbed.
Yes.
Okay. I think that'll be my turn.
I think so too. Back at the top, I have Grint on the road, watching as your allies give something resembling last rites to people that you already gave last rites to.
So Grint is going to witness Eden like trying to move the body and like giving up basically. And he's going to roll his eye and he's going to walk up and pick up the body.
Roll strength.
Nine.
You struggle with this as well. Your fingers are sweaty, covered in grime, and as you pick this man up, you realize that his clothes are a bit too big for him. You try to hold him by the trousers, but his legs are too skinny and bony. You're having a hard time picking this limited flesh vessel up by anything. Anything else for your turn? Why don't you move? Use your movement to be close to be opposite Eden in the body, or yes, something like that. That's fine. Anything else for your turn?
Grint's feeling. He realizes he's not feeling so hot. After all, he's had a day. So instead of doing this, like, how do I put it? Nice and proper, he's going to just, like, hook his arms under the guy's arms and just drag him, is what he's going to do.
You follow the same schema that Eden did, attempting to hook your arms under him and pull him. You do so. As Eden did, you are pressing a open, slowly evacuating wound to your chest. Unlike Eden, you are inured to this feeling, and it does not bother you as much. For better or for worse, you wade through death, Grint. It remains your turn.
How far can I get with him?
Not very. You had a hard time getting a grip on him.
Fair enough. No, nothing else for my turn.
Alan Vaughn.
I will try to move. I guess Eden and I are in the wrong positions, but I'll try to move the guy that I killed now in this turn.
You steady yourself.
Okay.
After spending the previous turn essentially getting ready to do this, you can move him where you'd like now. You move at half movement as if you're moving through rough terrain as you drag this body. Both of you have you can move the tokens for the bodies that you are dragging, by the way. So each of you has you and Eden each have permissions on the bodies. So drag them wherever you see fit.
Done. Because it's half movement, so I can only get them
Correct.
there.
Yep, I'm with you. Still your turn, Alan.
Well, I've used up my movement. All right, guys, I think it's time to go. We can't just stay around, because not only are we waiting for people to arrive here to slaughter us, we also have to worry about our horses and the precious possession that we have back at base.
There's somebody in this chapel. Something.
I literally don't care. I'm not gonna lie to you. We have things to do, and we can't just wait around. I don't care about a person in the chapel. They're probably just hanging tight, being a homeless person. Like, I don't care, Tierney. I really don't.
Cool. I think it's the undead.
I don't care.
Cool.
So we can fight the undead, and then we can fight more people. Our horses can be slaughtered. They'll take our precious possession that we have, and then what? And then we just move on with our mission. Like,
I'm
it's no
all
big
for
deal.
moving on. I don't want to fight you in the middle of the road. I want to exercise caution, and I want to impart to you the dangers around us.
Oh yeah, that's right. Eden saw a bird in the sky. I'm gonna take a look up to see if I can locate this owl that Eden pointed out.
Right now, you cannot. You wonder if it could be passing through the trees, watching you from afar now that multiple people have seen it.
I'll use detect magic then.
What's the range on detect magic?
30 feet.
You sense a variety of magical possessions and tendrils of magic coming from your companions.
I detect nothing else.
Not within 30 feet.
Well, Eden, and Tierney, I guess, the owl that you've seen has seemingly gone missing, so maybe it was just an owl that was startled.
No, it was absolutely not an owl. Just an owl.
I'm certain of it as well.
I'm certain that we need to get a move on. My turn is over. Actually, I'm gonna. Oh no, I used my movement. Never mind.
What were you? Go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm just gonna go sit on the bench and wait.
I think you can do so. You can contemplatively go sit on the bench. In a bit of frustration, you can start walking that direction at the conclusion of your turn.
Okay.
And you end your turn, Alan?
Yeah.
There is a door on the southern side of the chapel. You become aware of it as it opens. Tierney Fang, you see something. You see a figure in the doorway studying you. Roll perception, Tierney.
9, natural 1.
I just can't anymore.
That's what I'm
You-
saying.
You see something. You cannot help but understand that this must be a specter. It must be a vision being provided to you by some dark god. As you can see a one-eyed man watching you, you wonder, is this some cruel trick? Is this some specter of Grint Grommel sent to torment you? Is this a dream?
I'll grip my staff and hold it in a martial pose.
As this man takes a step from the doorway, almost shaking with restrained anger. I'm not homeless, at the very least. These brigands, causing bodies, as you will point to them on the road, accusing me, of all people, to be homeless. Homeless.
Sorry?
My name is Lorne. And he will-
Lorne?
He's wearing a blue, deep swallowtail coat, unbuttoned over top of dark leather clothing. This thing looks to be of mark of prestige that he is not wearing as though it were a mark of prestige. He will take the badge on the left-hand side of the insignia and push it towards you, clutching it.
Can you tell me your features? Can I tell what race you are? Are you
High
alive?
Elven. He is alive. High Elven. He has one very pale eye, think David Bowie, and the other one seems more of a natural color, almost pigmented, and doesn't sit right. Long braided black hair over his shoulder, wearing an apron atop this.
To say the least, Mr. Fang, he looks a bit out of place.
We all do in this wood.
And let's actually... Can we take our 7 o'clock a little bit early so I can set up Roll20 permissions? Can we take a 5 here?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's a lot of layers, man. Yay, the candle.
We are in a graveyard.
Indeed.
I have the sensation that this is like the Ghost of Christmas Past or something. And he's like, this is what your adventure would have turned out like if you didn't keep on the straight and narrow, and then he's just going to disappear.
Who knows? Who knows? I just think it's really funny because, like, as a person, I like you, but your character and my character are just like, I don't like you.
Oh, definitely. There's definitely conflict.
I think one day it'll be resolved, but I think right now it's just tense for everybody.
Oh, we just have to fight.
Oh, that's gonna be fun. I just hope we're like level, I don't know, anything other than 5, so I have something better than what I have.
I mean, you have double Eldritch Blast. You're basically
True. I could also stab you with my pickaxe. Yeah.
It's a bit intense.
Okay, I'm going to get a snack.
Welcome back, Mr. Frample.
It's good to have you
Chap.
back.
It's
Yeah,
good to be back. How you boys been?
good.
I'm also going to step away. Fomray, can you give me your email in the chat so I can invite you and give you permissions on your token?
100%.
No, I'll be right back. I'm going to get a drink.
Ditto.
And I'm also going to get a drink.
What are you drinking? Blue Gatorade?
Exactly. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
Okay, hello.
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 Oh, you sound louder. That's good. Sorry for getting the microphone there. Okay, so we'll set up. This is my friend David Falmari, by the way. If you,
I know two of you.
yes, if you don't know him, now you do. Did you get that Roll20 invite?
Where would I see that? On Roll20 itself?
Either there or perhaps you get an email. So we set this up like 10 weeks ago, and I'll be honest, I totally forget the order of operations.
Absolutely nowhere. Yeah, it was just an email invite.
As soon as Steph gets back, we're good to go, I think. We can get this going as we move. Hey, 7 players, perfect. Okay. Okay, Fulmer, you want to make sure you can move the Lorn token.
Sure can.
Perfect. See, is now a good time to check in on stream chat. Let's see, what do we got? Alan Vaughn, Falmari, who seems somehow more integrated into the campaign now. Yes, the microphone thing we got squared away. Welcome back, Steph. Hello.
Thanks.
Did we lose Jewel for a second? That's okay. There we go. I think she's on her way back. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
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 Okay, I believe everybody's here. Lord, roll initiative.
I had an 18.
All right. We'll get you in at the top of the next initiative order. Currently,
Absolutely.
it is Tierney Fang's turn. As you see somebody for the first time, it is still your turn.
How old do you look? We can say like
Ages-
adolescent, adult,
Adult, yeah. Or an
Adult.
elf.
All right, I'll still grip my staff between us. What do you intend, friend?
Oh, whoops. Lost these. Here, you want those back? There we go.
To save the graces of my good name, friend.
To save the grace. Ah, you're such an elf. I'll drop my staff. I'll plant it in the ground. All right. Are you going to tell anybody we passed here?
That was a good one.
I'm claiming that these attacked you and not the other way around.
We're of one mind.
Then you should probably get the bodies to their appropriate dispensary.
Is this your Abbey?
Oh, no, I don't live here.
You said you weren't
Once again.
homeless, though.
So now I think I've framed a little bit too turned up.
Correct,
Let me
no.
turn them down.
On the road.
How
Not
about
homeless.
put them at 100%?
Where are you headed?
There we go.
North.
Us as well.
Oh.
Yes. I'm going to relax and move myself between us and Lorne. I'm Tierney. Here we have Grint, Alan, and Eden. We're headed north ourselves.
Lord Denevere, a pleasure.
Danavir. I haven't heard of that house. Must not be very important.
Is Tierney like anti-elf? I wasn't aware of this.
All houses have their import.
I mean, I guess since you're not homeless, you do have a house.
He will sullenly nod.
I'm going to shrug and look back at the group and pass to the next person.
You do so. At the top of the order, it's Lorne.
He'll make his way further to assess the group in person and call back his owl.
You do so. You find a half-elven man with a smug smile, a one-eyed dwarf, a troubled-looking druid, and distantly, you can see a young woman sitting on a bench with an annoyed look on her face.
That sounds so accurate.
Do I know, sorry, I don't really have a map in front of me. What on the road to the north is there?
There is. Let's review together. Let's go back to the world map. So
Falmari, your mic is a little, I think it's a little close to your mouth and it's kind of muffled when you talk. I'm just pointing it out. I tried putting it in chat.
yes, I think it was when your volume was low, it needed to be so close. But if you move it away a little bit, I think you'll be golden.
If you move it by your throat, you'll get most of the enunciation, and it will not be overloaded by you breathing on it.
Yeah, putting a microphone down here is like a good natural pop filter.
It also makes you sound more basso.
How does this sound?
Terrible. I was wrong.
He was wrong. Looking here at the world map, Lauren, most of your knowledge lies far to the north of this place. However, you are aware of several human settlements here in the country of Cormyr that lie to the north of where we are right now. You know that Dawngleam on the Neck lies to the south. You know that there's a temple to Lathander on the northern road here. That road eventually leads to the human settlement of Battle Rise. Branching off of this road to the west, there's a road leading to the Worm Tower and the settlement of Smuggler's Stone.
You wouldn't by chance be from Mithranor, would you?
That's,
Oh, thank God. Well,
that's a good question. It's a good leading question.
it appears we're going to be incidental travel partners for a little bit. I trust we won't find a knife in our backs.
Very many knives. Not in your backs, no. He will brush the coat aside to display an array of tools one might assume a leather worker might attain, as well as a butcher's cleaver to his hip.
Tierney, roll insight.
Nine.
This man is no butcher. Lorne, it remains your turn.
I gather this is the lot of you.
As it were.
Our business here is done. I did not find what I was looking for. I believe perhaps it would be within all of our benefit to stick together as we head north, correct?
I will glance briefly at my group and gauge their temperature.
Worry not, I don't mean to out you to the authorities if this is your issue.
What reactions do the assembled motley crew give me?
Grint doesn't even react to what's happening.
I don't know if I
still...
can hear.
Yes, you notice that Alan Vaughn is conspicuously absent from your array of reactions. You know where she is, but she seems to be purposefully insulated from this conversation. What's Eden's reaction, if any?
Still getting a feel for this guy, but he will, I think, sort of speak up and say, Lorne, are you somebody of interest in Dawngleam?
That's a very good question.
In a perhaps dangerous way. We left some things in Dawngleam that will help us travel faster.
No, I'm not wanted by the authorities of Dawngleam, if that is what you are asking.
That's exactly what I'm asking. I wonder if it would be possible to send you into Dawngleam to get our horses. We have horses, and with them we could travel north faster.
I think that's a great idea, Eden. For
Thank you.
initiation, to see if you're trustworthy.
So you're trusting me? You've just met to go carry all of your valuables out of town.
You are assuming a lot of things about our ability to track you should you not return here, but yes, essentially. I believe if you help us, we can better help you.
I'll come with you, Lorne.
And you're not wanted?
I am wanted, but I'm very slippery.
Alright, so all pieces on the table. Why are you wanted?
You'll find out eventually. How about that?
Mayor's a prick.
We had a minor conflict with a local warlord.
Is Lorne familiar with the mayor by any means?
Yes, as a regional petty tyrant.
He wanted us to stop breathing. We disagreed.
Lorne begins to try to present himself a little bit more appropriately for the populace, almost suddenly realizing how disheveled he looks. Grabbing the coat back over his shoulder. Alright then. So into town we go.
I'll give a quick nod, and I'll point south.
I think that's probably Lauren's turn then. Fair enough, I think.
Agreed.
Grint Grommel, you observe this conversation. It becomes your turn.
Grint is still trying to pull the guy over the wall.
You do so successfully. You are pulling him toward...
Just, so...
There?
Where I am right now, yeah. Grint's just going to lean him up against the wall.
You do so. You lean his back up against the stone. His jaw falls open lifelessly.
And that's all. Grant's gonna start. Do I have any movement left at all?
You could. Where do you want to move?
He's just gonna start moving south.
Oh, is Grint going with them?
Grant, like as far as Grant's concerned, everyone's headed south. He's not really paying attention.
As you stand up, you watch as a fly lands inside of the mouth of the man who you stood up against the wall. Anything else for your turn?
Nope, that'll be it.
Alan Vaughn. Having a distant conversation from your repose on the bench. Steph may have had to step away for a second.
I'm back 1 second. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Yeah, I did first. Just a second. I'm gonna go stand next to Eden, per usual. To be honest, I don't know if we need anybody as pompous. Well, more pompous than Tierney.
Pompous. Not the word I would use.
To be honest, you've already rubbed me the wrong way. I don't really care what you have to say. I actually like Tierney a little better now.
Just raise an eyebrow.
Eden will say, well, he is offering to help us out, so perhaps we should not antagonize him within the first 5 seconds of knowing him, as we usually do.
All I'm saying is he's going to have to earn my trust.
That's fair. I think that we should start to head north while they go into town to get our horses.
That sounds good. So where's the rendezvous point?
It's got to be here.
Well, this is backtracking, isn't it?
We're going to go into town and ride this road up north.
Okay. Well, then why don't we stay at the chapel temporarily, wait for you guys to come back with the horses, and then we'll leave in the morning or leave during the night?
As soon
We
as
should
we
leave
get back.
now. Yes.
Well, we're going to get the horses and come back, and as soon as we come back, we'll meet up.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know that the chapel is a safe haven.
So here's another idea. If you guys just get the horses, just the horses, and the item in question, and just ride, you're going to be much faster. So why don't we start heading forward? You guys head back and then forward, and we'll meet up. You're going to be much faster on the way back anyways.
Okay. You'll have to stop at some point.
Yeah, of course. Why don't you guys take off first, and the three of us will talk about, how far we plan on going. Also, we can get these guys over into the graveyard. If you guys aren't back by the time that we're done with that, then we can move on.
Great. Lauren, why don't we get to know each other?
All right then.
You said you're an elf of great repute.
Yes.
Go on.
He will once again show the emblem on his coat.
I see you're pointing it to your lapel, but I'm clearly just a commoner. Can you explain it to me?
Even a commoner would know Mage of Waterdeep when they see one.
Of Waterdeep, you say?
Yes.
Very interesting.
Lorne Denevere.
I already know of your fame, of course. But if you were to explain it to somebody from, say, the Outer Planes, how would you explain it?
The College of Waterdeep is, by all means, the most prestigious of schools. I am a simple hand of theirs, perhaps.
Very impressive, yes. This College of Waterdeep, do they teach destruction magics?
They teach many types, yes. I was a teacher there myself, of geomancy, as he will wave his hand across the dirt road and have it
Geomancy, very interesting. You didn't happen to visit an aqueduct recently, did you?
Would Lorne have visited that aqueduct?
No.
I am not familiar with any aqueducts, no. What
Just
pressing
asking.
matter is this?
If Alan hears this, she'd be very interested in the fact that he said geomancy.
I think this conversation is still happening, so soon we will split the party into 2 sub-parties, but that has not happened quite yet. So, Alan, if you would like to pull Lauren's coat as they walk down the road, I don't see why not, if you want to get a word in here.
I don't. She's just interested.
You file it away. Let's see. Lorne and Tierney. Who walks in front between the 2 of you?
I do. I have to show Lauren where we're going.
Roll initiative, Tierney.
Five.
Alan, Eden, and Grint. Which one of you is in charge of the 3 of you? Which one of you naturally rises to the top?
Grint is actually going south.
Grint is going south.
For sure. He
well,
hasn't
Eden-
hasn't expressed this to anybody yet, but he is going to do so.
Great. Okay, well, I guess it's just Eden and I. And
Well, I mean,
Alan's
I
always
think as-
taking charge.
Eden, as soon as Eden sees Grant wandering away, he'll be like, "No, Grant, you're coming with us.
No,
Grant, you are the wanted person."
we're all wanted now.
Yeah, but Tierney can be invisible.
I'm going to shoot a look at Alan.
Wow.
Does Alan not remember that I told that to her in confidence? I guess not.
It's the Eden curse rubbing off on Alan.
I thought you did that in front of people, though. I honestly forgot to.
It's okay.
That's my bad out of character.
No, I kind of assumed that Alan wouldn't give a shit about
No, Alan would.
Tierney's secrets.
No, she would. She actually would.
Okay.
But just as in life, things slip out. Things that you say things and then later regret them. So this occurred. This is hand is off the piece. This happens. This occurs.
Tierney, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to.
I'll give you a quick nod.
Alan, for once, looks like she feels bad.
Grant, are you set on going into town?
Hey,
Okay, Alan, is it possible for you to make him invisible?
Okay.
I didn't really like that last time, I'll be honest with you.
It's concentration. I'd have to go.
I see.
So technically, yes, but would it be productive? Not really.
Lauren,
He perks his head up.
of the magics you know, do you have any magics that allow you to pass unseen?
Why would I want that?
I hate this guy. I'm just saying.
I love him. No, Tierney doesn't like him, but I love him.
This is like Tierney times 10. Don't worry, I don't hate you. You saved me.
Okay. I am at a loss for words. I will just let it go.
If you are to leave, perhaps I can leave Belfort. He'll hold the owl up.
Ah, it's your owl. That solves that. That's a big relief.
Roadside murder happening. Ensuring that you weren't coming for me as well.
Apparently not.
But I can locate him if I leave him with you all.
He sounds very helpful. Why don't we take him into town? He seems like he could scout our advance.
Either or.
I personally prefer it.
Very well. Then Belford was with us.
Lauren, do you perhaps have a handkerchief you could lend me, or some small item of clothing?
What's
Of what
this for?
import?
No particular import. It would just be in case we need to find you again later.
He will take a handkerchief out of the petticoat.
Okay. Eden
Item
will say
square.
thank you.
What color is it?
White. I should also mention he's wearing very long elbow-length gloves. They seem immaculate, as if they have never touched dirt.
Interesting for a geomancer. Must be really bad at his trade.
Is it thus that Grint is part of the heading into Dawngleam party? So we have Lorne and Tierney and Grint, and then we have Eden and Alan here at the chapel. Have I inferred your instructions correctly?
You have.
Eden and Alan, between the two of you, leadership seems to synthesize together. Can each of you roll initiative, and I'm going to have it?
8.
4.
You roll a 6.
Rolls have been bad today, man.
Okay. Splitting up the party. I have Eden and Alan acting first. Let me move some people off screen here. Ba. Little bit of cleanup here. Couple players there. Okay, back here. Road to the graveyard. Moving people here. Eden and Alan, you find yourselves together here on a roadside chapel just outside of Dawngleam, Cormyr.
So, Eden.
Yes, we should do something about these bodies, shouldn't we?
Well, either that or just do something in general.
I think that I will go inside the chapel to see if perhaps we can find a shovel or something.
Or just explore. I'm down for that. Could be something old and of value.
Roll investigation to explore the chapel.
19.
One sec. $17.
You both explore the chapel together. You find a dusty spade, one of them that could be used easily to turn over the earth Eden. You find your shovel. Alan Vaughn, you sift through this place, examining it for objects of significance. You find something strange. In front of the altar, you notice something. Someone has carved into the floor a symbol of Shar, using ash or soot. They have blackened a circle.
What was the name of the god again?
Shar. S-H-A-R.
Do I know anything of Shar?
Oh, do you?
Oh.
Shar, endlessly locked in eternal battle with Saloon, trying solely to keep the world shrouded in the safety of the night. Her worshippers are generally persecuted in these parts.
Can I discern if it is fresh markings?
It does not look fresh, but rather undisturbed, as if time has left this place in the past.
I'd like to continue to investigate the room to see if there's some sort of like hidden chamber or something, maybe where people meet, like a basement, something like that.
We will resume your investigations momentarily as you attempt to ascertain, is there another secret to this chapel? Checking in on Lorne, Tierney, and Grint. Describe your demeanor as you walk back toward Dawngleam. The three of you. How do you walk? Do you have any disguise? Anybody casting any spells in preparation? Who's walking in front? Can the three of you walk me through it?
I'm walking in front. I'm leading this ragtag group. I am trying to ply as much information as I can out of Lorne. When we get within eyeshot of the town, I will try to gain more subterfuge.
Lauren is abreast, happy to oblige in this conversation.
I know Lorne will be willing to talk about himself as much as I ask, so I will be asking pointed questions.
Examples being?
Are you from Waterdeep? Or maybe another elven settlement like Vesperin or Everesca?
From Waterdeep, I am, yes.
You're from Waterdeep. Very impressive credentials. You taught there for many of time, you say.
Years, yes.
What drove you away from the college?
He'll point back over his shoulder to the chapel behind them.
Research.
Correct, yes. I'm not always in our stuffy tower.
Oh, I love that.
Yes.
How subtle.
Indeed. So you were born in Waterdeep. What district? You can just make one up.
The residential district?
It doesn't matter what you answer to Tyranny. Do you know anything about
Dave
magical
going with
artifice?
this?
I know much of magic, yes. As in
I'm
the-
implying the application of magic to physical items. Like enchantment.
I am no enchanter, if that is what you're asking, no.
Grint, by the way, the armor was completed in the night and lies in the back of the carriage.
I know, that's why I'm going.
Okay, just letting you know, because we did that in the morning.
What armor?
There is a very powerful magical armor that we obtained, and we're hoping to abscond with.
Very well.
What are you interested in if not magical trinkets?
Oh, I'm interested in magic, certainly. Not necessarily how to enchant them. Had you magic items in front of me, perhaps my ideas peaked.
Being unable to keep up the facade of interest any longer, I will maybe try and quicken my pace to get out of this conversation sooner.
You feel a sense of chill corresponding with Lorne and must walk quicker to escape the sensation. Checking back on Alan and Eden inside the chapel. Alan, you look for a secret passageway, a hatch, something obscured that would be designed for people to meet in secret. You find nothing. This chapel is a simple one-room affair. You sense that if there was any secret here, you would be able to determine it quickly.
I'll also look around to see. I don't know. I think I'd check the floorboards to see if anything is like able to be lifted. Just to see if anything is like lingering around. that has been stowed away. Maybe there's not a secret hatch, but maybe there's more information that I'm missing.
Roll investigation.
Unnatural 20.
You find that there is no storage underneath the floorboards. However, you lift them up using the prying end of your pickaxe. You find something of interest. Using your powerful skills of investigation, you are able to determine that at one point these floorboards were used by someone for habitation. Someone was trying to live under here, perhaps. There is evidence that someone was able to scrape out a living hiding underneath these floorboards many years ago.
So is there like a little kind of like ditch underneath?
A small divot.
Is there anything in it?
A desiccated apple core. A dirty cloth. A partially broken lantern. Sundries. Nothing of note. Simply things that you, as an archivist, are unable to not catalog mentally.
I will use, I believe I have tongs in my artificer kit, not artificer, archivist kit. I will get the dirty thing, the dirty rag, whatever it is, and I will see. I'm gonna go ask Eden a question. Carrying this.
Yeah, Eden is looking at the symbol of Shar.
Eden. It appears that somebody was at one point trying to hide or stow away underneath of the chapel. I found this dirty rag. Do you think that you could maybe get a scent off of it? I don't want to keep it if it's worth nothing, but if you can get some sort of scent of whomever this may be.
I mean, if it's been long enough, it's unlikely that I'll be able to pick up anything. Are you looking for the person who did this? And he's pointing at the symbol of Shar.
I'm just curious. I mean, possibly. I'm curious. You never know what something can lead to.
Okay, that's good enough for Eden. Although he will say, I just want to clean this up first. When I take an animal form, I'm gonna be in it for several hours.
Oh, that's fine. Well, why don't we'll put it away for now.
Okay.
I will move some of my tools to the side in my kit, like kind of smush them together, and then I will stick the dirty rag on one side and all of my tools on the other, and then tightly wind it so that it's not tightly like wrap it so that it's not going to move and touch things.
You sequester this ragged piece of cloth away from your other tools. Eden Cather, describe your interactions with this symbol of Shar carefully. What exactly are you doing? What do you study? What do you attempt to learn?
So I think it's already pretty obvious that it's old. Nobody's been interacting with it. Can he actually? I guess he'll ask Alan. Would you be able to detect magic to see if this was perhaps part of a ritual?
Is that more of an Arcana check, or would that be a detect magic spell? Because I feel like it's more of an Arcana check, maybe.
Multiple ways you could approach it. Either one may yield information.
Well, I will do an Arcana check first.
Go for
it.
If
I learn anything from that, then maybe we'll move forward. It'll be a 7.
Can I assist? Can Eden assist?
Yes. Roll it at advantage. Roll it again.
A natural 20.
You sense great power lurking in the darkness. You sense a horrible power just on the precipice of where you are now.
Immediate detect magic.
You cast Detect Magic. You sense yourself at the nexus of something black and terrible. It is far bigger than this chapel, than this country, than anything here. You sense great tendrils of darkness swimming through miles and miles of the astral plane and ending up here.
I will. Ida, you will see Alan kind of like grab her chest and like fumble backwards and fall and sit on the. What's it called? This I want to call it a steeple, but that's not what it's called.
The altar? The pew?
Yeah, not the altar, the benches, but they're called something.
The
The pew. Yeah. She'll stumble back onto the pew. Whatever. Yes, whatever the. I can't even think. It's been a long week. Okay. Anyway, she stumbles back and falls onto the benches.
What did you see something? What was it?
I don't really know how to explain it. All I know is that it's pure darkness. Alan will grab her phalange in hopes that she can communicate with Reginald.
Roll the d4. Actually, let's come back to that. Let's go back to Lauren and Tierney and Grint.
Grant, I think I've never asked you, where are you from?
North.
Like the Silver Marches, or?
Somewhere up there.
Fair enough.
You find Grint Grommel a terse conversationalist at best. You arrive somewhere familiar. You find yourself outside the Dawn Gleam Historical Society. Roll perception.
My couch.
It's a tarp. Oh, shit. Okay.
28, natural 20.
28. Tierney Fang, you see something that gives you pause. On your wagon that you purchased here at the Dawn Gleam Market, there is a marking, a red X in paint.
Our wagon's tagged.
Iswa.
If we leave the town with this wagon, the guards will know.
Yeah, I imagine they will.
Lauren, do you have the ability to wipe off paint? Like a prestidigitation spell or something like that?
Yes. You'll-
Can you do that when we retrieve our wagon?
Certainly. I could retrieve your wagon now. What's stopping me?
I suppose nothing but the polite constraints of this conversation. I'll gesture.
I'll approach the cart.
You do so. There are
We'll
there.
inspect it over.
You'll inspect it over, you said?
Yeah, the condition of the cart. Is it functional? Did they brick it instead of just marking it red?
It appears to be perfectly functional. New, even. It looks like this cart has barely been used. The wheels smell pleasantly of axle grease. All of the wood on the cart appears to be in excellent condition. The door to the cart is closed. There are 2 horses tied up to the front of the cart that regard you with indifference. They snort and whinny, but seem overall unbothered by your presence. The cart is tethered to the front of the building by a thin rope.
With a flick of almost natural magic, as though it's part of him, he wipes away the red.
Roll Arcana, Lauren.
God. $23.
You can wash your hands, but you can't always get all the blood out. You remove the marking on the side of the cart. You can't help but paint red where you saw it on the cart moments ago. Even though it's no longer there, you feel like you can see where it once was, even though there's no visual tracer of it. It remains the three of your turn.
Grint's gonna head inside.
Do so. This place is familiar to you.
I'm going to grab the reins of the horses while he does this.
Okay.
You do so.
Grint would like to check the shack of the little Dwygar guy.
It's cold and quiet in here.
Is there anything in there at all?
Not of value. There's an anvil, some ingots of iron ore,
Tools? Anything like that?
some poor blacksmith's tools.
Does he? I can see the armor, I assume, sitting on the couch there.
You cannot. That should not be there. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, never mind. Where is the armor then?
Should be in the cart.
Should be.
You're not sure, Grint. You don't know
Fair
where
enough.
it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I was just. Okay. Grint expected it to be in here, or in the shack, so he comes back outside.
You do so, finding Lauren and Tierney.
Are you all set then?
Pardon me, Lauren?
We are.
Are you all set then?
Grint, I think it might be best if you hide in the cart.
Okay, I was gonna take a breather anyways.
Think of how good the ambush will be if you jump out of a cart.
Look, you don't have to sell it on me, but yeah, I agree.
If it comes to that, I'll give you the word magically. You'll hear me.
Okay. Grint crawls into the cart.
You do so.
I would like to change my appearance a little bit.
Okay, resolving a couple things in order here. Green Cromwell, you climb into this cart. It is rather snug in here, and you notice two things. There's a yellow couch in here. It is small and takes up much of the space.
He burned my couch.
You put a second one in.
This is the second one.
We got the second one?
Why is there a couch in here?
Ask Alan.
There is also, gleaming with horrible power, a suit of armor. Even though there is very little light in here, as you open the door, you can see it resting there underneath one of the couch cushions, barely peeking out. It glimmers with unnatural light.
Grint is fascinated by this.
You are fascinated by this. It immediately grabs your eye. You have difficulty even looking away.
Can Grint reasonably put this on while sitting in the cart?
Yes, Grint is a rather compact individual. You could attempt to don this armor as you...
Grint is attempting to don this armor.
It'll take you a few turns.
Totally fine.
Lauren and Tierney, any actions while this occurs? Before we go back to our friends in the chapel?
I'm going to try and muss my appearance in a superficial way as much as I can.
Describe your superficial mussing.
I put my amulet inside of my shirt. I tuck my tailcoat into my pants so that it doesn't look like I have that. I will roll up my sleeves so I look like more of a common worker. I will muss my hair so I look less presented.
What do you feel when you touch your amulet? Anything?
I want to get it out of my hands as soon as possible. I'll press it to my chest, but I don't like it.
It feels warm on your skin. Lauren, you notice something. you notice that Mr. Tierney Fang, your new traveling companion, seems extremely interested in getting some sort of conspicuous amulet inside of his shirt.
He will take no, but make no mention of it.
You do so. You mentally file this away for later.
So, friend, am I driving?
Please.
Usually I'm chauffeured. Pardon the...
Would you prefer I drive, my lord?
Perhaps it would be preferable. Not so trained
Ah.
behind the reins of a horse, as he will scooch over to the side.
Oh God, there's two of them now.
Grint Grommel. You begin to don this armor. Roll a wisdom saving throw.
You gotta be shitting me. Seven.
You feel well protected. Revisiting Eden and Alan, at a chapel somewhere distant north of Dongleam.
I'm gonna roll my d4 now. It's a 1.
What is a 1 on your phalange? I don't have it in front of me. Why don't you read it?
Sure. It's the only one I've ever gotten. I think I get like some. I'm looking for it right now.
Eden Cather, you observe something. You watch as Alan Vaughn's slender fingers close around a small white bone.
It says, within you lingers a bit of negotiating power of Radajax. You can cast Detect Evil and Good once until your next long rest. You cast this as if you had the subtle spell Metamagic ability. I already know it's evil. I can feel it.
You commune briefly with your phalange. You feel that you are able to discern a bit more now. If you see fit, you can use your Detect Good and Evil anytime between now and your next long rest.
Mm-hmm. I will keep that in mind.
Well, we can't just leave this here.
I mean, it hasn't been disturbed in so long, I can't imagine that it can be now.
Is it not easy to simply undo it?
I honestly don't know. And I don't know what will happen if we do undo it, so I would prefer not to touch it.
Can we overlay something over it?
To be completely honest with you, I don't want to have anything to do with that.
That's fine. I mean, you can go start prepping the bodies for the graveyard while I try to
Eden,
figure out what to do with this. Yes?
in all of my years of experience, and all of the artifacts I've seen, nothing has ever been this evil. I don't suggest that you touch it, or try to do anything with it, put anything over it. I suggest that we leave, and we just disregard it
leave
temporarily. It's clearly old. I wouldn't touch it. If nobody else here has touched it, can you imagine trying to touch it now? It doesn't sound like a good idea. And of all the people in our group, you're definitely most pure. And I would never be able to forgive myself if something happened to you. So let's not touch it.
If you see something that's bad and you do nothing against it, are you not enabling its
Eden?
spread?
I love that response. That's like a really strong character.
Sometimes you can't.
It would have been easy to just say, okay.
But you have to try.
That's like really good pushback.
So tell me this. If you try, and all of the evil that's within that rune, or whatever you want to call it, goes into your body and you become the evil that it is,
Okay, when
then what?
you were investigating it, did it seem active? Is that actually a threat?
It felt like it. I'm telling you, don't touch it. Don't even think about touching it. From an expert in the area of magical things, please don't touch it.
I can't even throw a rug over it.
I wouldn't try to.
I can't even cast Moonbeam on it.
I wouldn't touch it. And by touch, I mean any extension of yourself.
Okay, I'm gonna put something next to it.
Okay. Don't touch it, though.
Okay.
Eden, roll wisdom.
All right. $16.
Your moral code feels, even to yourself, a bit intransigent. However, deep inside yourself, you feel very strongly that ignoring evil is, as you said, evil itself. It remains both of your turn.
Don't touch it.
We still have the bodies to deal with.
Yeah, why don't we take care of those? Before we leave, though, can I roll another Arcana check to see if I know much about it?
Walk me through this, not through the perspective of like what you want to roll, but like what you want to do. Like what are you looking to achieve or examine?
I'm going to stare at it and think back to any time I've run into or encountered anything vaguely similar. Or if I have ever encountered anything vaguely similar.
You've seen symbols of Shar before. Shar worship is not unheard of outside of these lands. If it is openly decried.
But why does this feel so dangerous compared to other symbols that I've seen?
I'm not sure, Miss Vaughn.
That would be my question that I'm trying to figure out.
You gaze into this small circle of ash on the ground. You wonder how long it's been there. Isn't ash easy to disturb? Something about this doesn't seem quite right to you.
Yep, I've already come to that conclusion.
Why don't we come back to the team in the chapel? Exiting our town, not our town square, exiting our naturalist society here. Tyranny Fang, I believe you are the leader of this party. Please roll D100.
41.
Where do you travel to?
We would like to travel the North Road, which if I understand the lay of this town, is west out the gate and then north.
That's correct.
So I would like to make for the west gate.
One moment. Tierney, Grint, Lorne, you pass without incident. You feel something deep inside of yourself, Tierney. You wonder if there's a red X on you as well. Going back to the chapel, it's been about 20 minutes since your party was last here. You wonder what they're doing. Alan and Eden, it's your turn.
So Eden is basically waiting for Alan to leave.
I mean, I feel like we would know that it would take a little bit of time for them to get back. But Alan is also not going to leave Eden alone with this thing.
Why?
Eden has a tendency to say things that he's not supposed to say. And that leads Alan to have a little bit less trust in Eden's ability to make good decisions. I love you, Joel.
No, that's very valid.
Eden,
Yes.
you sense a scrutinizing eye. In order to do something under Alan's watch, you would be able to. You have some time as she looks and gazes around. You could act quickly if you chose. She'd have a hard time stopping you physically, but obviously she would see. Let's have 3 different degrees of freedom for this action.
Betrayal.
Option
Eden's
1.
not going to touch it.
You can do anything you'd like in front of Alan with the idea that you have enough freedom to do something and Alan would have to tackle you to stop you. So you can do something openly in front of Alan. Option 2. You could try to do something subtly when Alan is glancing away for a brief moment. 3. You could leave this thing.
I think so. The problem that I'm having is what Eden has in mind is going to take several steps. So he basically wants to cast 2 spells. He could try to rush through them to get them off as quickly as possible, but I think he'll cast one and then there's going to be a moment where Alan could interrupt him before he gets the other off.
I would agree with that. Yes, I think you could do that. What's the first spell?
All right, he's going to cast Moonbeam on the Circle of Shar.
Do you have to have access to the sky for the moonbeam? I can't remember.
It doesn't say explicitly on the spell that that's a requirement. It just says a cylinder, so I imagine.
You can use this inside and things like that. Spells where you can only use them outside, it's usually pretty heavily wedged into the description. So no, you could use this in here. We also have the roof is damaged, so certainly there are bits of sunlight coming through right now.
Yeah.
This equivalent spell required you to be outside in 3rd edition, but not 5th.
Oh, thanks, Dave. I was just looking it up.
You cast Moonbeam, is that right?
Yes. And he's thinking of the symbol that was outlined in the little stones that he ran across ages ago. And then in an attempt to do something that's like holy water, he is going to cast Create Water under the moonbeam to wash away the ash.
Try to sanctify the symbol.
Yes, in a druid way.
Let's resolve this like this. You cast Moonbeam. White light floods from the ceiling to the floor, illuminating this tiny circle of ash on the ground. The moonbeam quickly overwhelms the small circle. Alan Vaughn, you see, hear, and feel this. As a reaction, do you try to interrupt Eden before he casts the second spell?
Give me one moment. I know what I want to do, but I just need a second.
Do you interrupt Eden?
I need just like 1 second to read this because I need to understand how it works.
Eden Cather.
Yes.
In your mind's eye, you can see something. You can picture, deep inside its den, a wounded wolf. It just wants to be left alone here in the darkness, and you can imagine light flooding into its den, blinding it in a brief moment. It cries out, and you wish you could do the same. Light floods into the room. The ash is illuminated. Alan Vaughn.
I immediately cast Magic Circle. It's a 10-foot range. I will step inside of it as well.
You cast Magic Circle and step inside of it. Eden Cather, you cast Summon Water. Water flows down from the ceiling onto, you are directing this onto this ashen circle.
Yes.
You do so. The circle of ash is broken, and you feel a strong sense that you have allowed light into the darkness. You wonder what the effects of this could be. Nothing happens here and now, but you can sense that somewhere very close and yet very distantly, something terribly violent is happening. You can feel war waging all around you in planes that you cannot see, touch, or feel. The circle of ash is broken. Nothing happens that you can tell. It remains your turn.
I think Eden has his hand over his heart and is just like trying to catch his breath, being overwhelmed first by the sympathetic pain of this wounded wolf, and then this feeling of violence breaking out everywhere around him.
Have you never wanted to hide in the darkness, Ian? Eden.
His secret is revealed.
Have you never wanted to not be in the light? You dwell on this. Don't worry. It's a rhetorical question. No answer is required. The weave whips past you. No answer. You don't have to say anything as this occurs. You spend a moment dwelling on this. Alan Vaughn, you find yourself in this magical circle waiting for the other boot to drop, but nothing seems to happen. You wait to exhale.
Did I feel anything happen at all during the breaking of this rune?
Yes, you felt a sense of dread overtake you.
And then relief? Or just continual dread?
From whence would you find relief? What relief
Nothing
is there
happened.
here?
Eden,
Yes.
I have a feeling that something bad is going to occur because of that. I'm hoping that our new friend, Lorne, will have some insight into this, considering he's a professor within the Waterdeep School of Magic, or whatever it is. Let's hope that they arrive soon.
Arriving up the road as we speak is Tierney Fang, Grin Cromwell, and Lorne.
I'm staying in my circle of magic, my magic circle.
Lorne, it's Denevere, is that right?
Denevere, yeah.
Denevere. You arrive up the road together. You have horses in tow. You have a faint sense of a fish that was tossed back. Tyranny Fang, something doesn't feel right here. That was too easy.
What was the name of your owl again?
Belford.
Yeah. Can you see anything behind us?
Lauren will beckon Belford to travel behind them to see if they're tailed. Peering through its eyes if he needs to.
You peer through the eyes of your owl familiar. From here, hundreds of feet in the air, you fly silently. You can see all the machinations of the town of Dongleam. You watch in the darkness as slaves are unloaded from a ship in the harbor. You watch as, sitting out on his veranda, Ray Portier stuffs his face with buttery mashed potatoes. You watch as harbor traffic gently moves throughout the natural bay of Dongleam. You see a number of people doing what appears to be a search. You hope that they're going the wrong direction as you watch them creep westward through the forest. You see nobody following you.
His consciousness shunts back to Lauren from the owl familiar's perspective. You find him wringing his wrists, almost as if a nervous reaction to what just happened. We're not being followed, no.
Are you disappointed?
No.
Understood.
What's to do with that town?
Town's a real shithole compared to Waterdeep, I'm sure.
That is one way of putting it, yes.
I will leap off of the horse. Or I'm probably mounted on the front of the wagon, so as to mush the horses. Yeah, I'll leap off of that, and with my hand I'll slap the side of the wagon twice.
Right. Grant jumps out with his sword and goes, "Ha ha ha!"
Sorry, nobody to kill yet.
Oh, you got me all worked up for nothing.
Grint, there are always people to kill, you surmise. You find yourself clad in gleaming bronze armor. You feel a sense of power and might.
Oh, yes.
I think I would notice this armor.
It is impossible to miss.
Grant, I see you're slowly transforming into an avatar of murder.
Always was.
May Baal help us. And I'll walk into the chapel.
Tyranny Fang, roll religion.
$17.
You can sense somewhere in a plane with no light sources whatsoever, Baal biding his time, tossing a dagger endlessly into the dark sky. It flies hundreds of feet into the air. It falls back downward. He catches it and throws it up into the air again. It remains your turn.
I'll stop briefly and shudder. I don't like all of the gods peering at us at once.
Something feels like you are being deeply scrutinized. Tyranny, you remember in your past thinking that other people you met in your life had protagonist syndrome. You have said this about many people that you disdained, but for the first time you wonder if this is something that you are undergoing yourself. Are you the protagonist of your own story? Who is looking inward at you?
I'm wondering if I'm the antagonist of my own story.
Are you the anti-hero? Is someone else the hero of the story?
This story could have no heroes. Certainly feels like it.
As you disembark from the wagon and your feet land again on Cormyrean soil, you dwell on this thought. You approach a chapel that you know somewhat well. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'll let this thought take me, and I'll pass.
You let this thought take you. Tyranny, you dive in with both feet. You embrace this thought. You start to wonder something very important about yourself. Are you the villain? If so, who is the hero? Is there anything wrong with being the villain? If so, what exactly? Your turn ends. Eden and Alan, you hear someone coming down the road. Can both of you roll insight?
Yup. Well, let me move the circle.
$18.
22.
Both of you come to realize the same thing. You can hear familiar sounds. You hear Grint arguing with Tierney. You hear Grint's battle cry as he rushes out of something. You hear a sound that you have a funny feeling you'll be inured to soon, Lorne sighing at the two of them. Both of you come to realize the same thing. This seems like it would be a busy road. What are the odds that the only people to come up the road in 20 minutes are the exact people you were looking for, completely unmolested? Nonetheless,
What?
they arrive unceremoniously.
Oh no, I'm staying in my magic circle. Forget that. I'm not coming out. I'm hanging.
Eden pauses at the door and looks over at Alan.
Oh, you fucked up.
Oh, woo! What, am I infected now? Look, let's just go.
Look, I'm just staying in my magic circle until the fancy wizard magic professor guy comes and tells me what happened.
Okay, alright, fine. I will go get Lorne.
I'm gonna walk in circles, ovals, if you will, around the pew in my magic circle.
You do so. You hear the sound of water running across the old floorboards. You watch as the moonbeam eventually starts to leave gentle burn marks on the wood. Eden, as you peek your head outside, you see, coming down the road, maybe perhaps not a Panacea, but it's the rest of your group.
Oh, Eden, bring Tierney too. He's pretty good with this type of stuff.
Okay. Eden waves down the cart.
The party is once again as one. You are all together reunited in this chapel.
You walk in to see runes encompassing the floor and Alan just chilling in a magic circle.
This is not as I left things.
No, indeed, it is not. Aiden, would you like to disclose what happened?
Lauren, did you notice the symbol of Shar that was here?
No. That was not what I was looking for.
I see. Well, there was one here that seemed active in some manner, and I broke it.
You desecrated the symbol of Shar?
I would echo his sentiment.
What were you...
Is desecration really the right word? I guess so.
Are you favored with Salune? You better pray to somebody.
Look, all I'm saying is that I told him not to do it.
I don't care whose fault it is. We have to deal with this.
Yeah, so what do you want to do?
I'm gonna look. Are any of us godly here? What recourse do we have? You are, Lauren.
No, Lauren is putting his hands up as if he also has no clue what to do in this situation.
Tempest,
All I
save
know-
us. Tempest, God.
All I know is that the feeling I got just from looking at this thing was
Unnerving.
unnerving is so subtle compared to what I felt.
This is not a kindly talking matter. We desecrated the symbol of the night goddess. This is not a calm voice matter.
This
What are
is
we going to
why
do?
I sat in my circle of magic because I didn't know what to do, and I told Eden, don't touch it, don't think about touching it, and instead he didn't technically touch it.
It felt like an open sore on the world. I couldn't just leave it there.
Then you have 3 roads ahead of you.
That's a really good answer.
You make amends, you find another god to protect you, or you ignore it and probably die.
All I know is that I don't want anything to do with this.
Eden,
Yes.
do you feel yourself a righteous person? Do you think you're aligned on the side of good?
I'm aligned on the side of the natural world, which I believe, yes, is good.
Not quite what I was hoping for, but why don't you take where your heart leads you and beseech whatever deity you think is listening? The night goddess won't forget.
I prayed to the moon while I was doing this, as I've seen her in my dreams repeatedly.
Then mean it and do it. It's important.
Okay.
Like soon, like now. Like now and then forever, every single day, for eternity.
Lauren,
Hmm.
I assume you'd take option 3?
No, die.
No, ignore it and proceed with your life.
I have reverence for many gods. You seem to be following. Who was it? Ball? Furniture salesman. The employee of Ball.
What?
I didn't know
I'm
Ball was alive.
I'm sorry.
We called out his name as if he were to save you as we got off the car.
I think you misinterpreted the situation. However, can we save the academic debate for another time?
Certainly.
Oh.
So what do I see happening? What are my companions doing as I verbally berate them?
Oh, them? You're not just berating Eden?
Well, Eden is the target of my ire currently, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hang.
Eden will go and pray.
Where do you go?
Good question. I think probably outside, he will look for some rocks to arrange in the shape of a crescent moon by the chapel door.
Eden, you imagine that in nature, creatures sometimes make decisions that form their entire lives afterward. You can imagine a lion leaving its pride, striking out somewhere new as you arrange these small white stones in a crescent moon shape by the entrance to this chapel. You feel that you have done something. You feel that you have chosen a path. A moment ago, when Tyranny asked you if you were righteous, if you were good, you wonder if maybe he was onto something. You have much to dwell on as you arrange the stones. It is currently about 2 p.m. in the afternoon. This road has insofar been entirely deserted. You wonder what Paul McMill would think.
He might actually think things if Grint didn't get involved. That would be Alan's thought process.
I will look around nervously as this makeshift ritual to Salune happens in the middle of the day.
I hope you understand the importance of the severity of reclaiming a holy site from one god to another, particularly the two that you have in front of you. You'll motion to both symbol. There's a bit of a rivalry.
Who are you talking to? Tierney?
Anyone, openly, to the entire party.
I'll nod.
As
Yeah.
it's processing.
I'm going to be confused that I don't see Grint anywhere. And knowing that he has this knack of getting into trouble, I'm going to go outside of my magic circle.
You do so. Mr. Grommel, where are you?
Grin is leaning up against the cart reading a book.
Interesting. Hi, Grint.
Hmm.
How you doing?
Hmm.
I see that you're rather shiny.
Aye.
I don't think we're supposed to be displaying that in public.
Grint looks around.
Guess we ain't in public, eh?
Well, we don't really want anyone to see it, in general. We're gonna need to make you some sort of cover for it.
Okay, you have fun with that.
Alright, good talk.
I think after hearing what Lauren has to say, Eden sort of calls over from where he is arranging the stones and says, "Have you chosen a side then?
Of course,
That's a very good
What
question.
side are you on?"
my own.
Not Mistra.
Oh, I follow Mr. all the same.
I figured.
He'll make her vague ritualistic sign with his hand.
Does Mistra have some place in this rivalry?
The weave is everywhere. Yes. But I am no priest. Just
Oh.
a simple follower.
Speaking of that, Tierney, I need to talk to you in private.
I'll nod and gesture over.
So, one, I hate this guy.
Same.
Two, I had a dream.
Lauren? Everyone hates him?
I had a dream of my god. Well, my deity. Oh, my god. Yeah, you know what I mean. Anyways. It turns out that the Sparrow is actually some sort of... What was that thing called again?
Spelljammer.
Hammer.
Spelljammer.
Is this in
Really?
hushed tone? Or is this open?
Indeed. It's hushed because I said that I want to talk to Tierney in private. So I would assume at this point, because I can't move his piece for him, that we would have walked away somewhere privately.
You were having a private conversation somewhere in the surrounding woods. You walked off together to have a summit.
Which
Alright.
is not typical for Tierney and Alan.
That explains so much, but leaves so many more questions.
Yes.
Who has the money to send a Spelljammer?
I don't know. And what do you know about Spelljammers?
Let me do a roll. Is that appropriate? Because David knows a lot more than Tyranny probably knows.
Yeah, I'm with you. Arcana.
23, natural 20. Maybe Tyranny knows as much as David.
I think that's a fair interpretation of a natural 20, yes.
Spelljammers are vessels intended to sail between the planes. Typically, they sail to the astral plane. They don't need a crew. They sail themselves. Typically, they're in the employ of the Githyanki, a mystical race of pirates. and they don't take lightly to their possessions being stolen. I wonder what powerful force is behind the terrible magic that we sailed upon to get here, and why it just sits in the harbor, and why our captain just has it. Sorry, Alan. Thank you for telling me this.
Yeah. So, on that note, I may or may not have a new mission. And I may or may not need this Sparrow instead of want to destroy it.
We could use the Sparrow to get to where we wanted, if we had the magical attunement to use it.
Any idea on how to do that?
I am never attuned to such a powerful magical device.
So,
Maybe Lauren might know. He is a scholar.
yeah, but he doesn't seem to. He seems to only be interested in the things he's interested in, and from what it sounds like earlier, he says he's not, interested in enchanting things. So maybe this is something out of his realm of expertise, but maybe he knows somebody in Waterdeep who would have that knowledge.
I tell you what, somebody who has one-dimensional views on the world and themselves are the easiest people to manipulate.
All right.
And Alan,
Yeah.
I appreciate you telling me this, and I was impressed with you in the combat before.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Well, we needed to defend ourselves. It wasn't a situation where we could, try and talk our way out of it. So we have to do what we gotta do.
As you exposed a part of your personal life, I'll expose part of mine. I don't care about the relic or the money. I am on a mission to find information about the Zent.
Interesting.
I am not on their side, but I'm bound to this task.
Let me ask you a question. Are you bound to what is just and right within the world?
No.
Tell me what.
That doesn't mean I'm evil.
No, it doesn't. But does that mean that? Does that mean that you would just kill just to kill, or does it mean that you would kill with a purpose?
I have no interest in killing just to kill. Life is so very precious, and we get so little of it.
I can agree to that.
But it's a brutal world, and I don't take any qualms about killing somebody who would kill me first.
But would you aid those in need if they needed it?
It would depend. I'm not going to throw my life away. That's my highest calling.
I see. I think that we're going to resume this conversation. Just not now, and not here.
And, Alan,
Yes?
I know you're not Eden, if you catch my meaning.
I also know that you're not Eden, if you catch my meaning. Look, Tierney,
I don't catch
I
their meanings.
adore Eden, don't get me wrong. But he needs to be guided. And I think that we have to work together to try and maybe help him along that path.
I'll put my arm around Eden later.
Okay, I think that sounds like a good plan. I'm glad that we've found some common grounds, even if it takes having a member of our team that's a douchebag.
Maybe we just have a common enemy.
Maybe. Sometimes that's that leads to a good friendship.
I'll shrug and walk back to the group.
You do so. You find your companions. There seems to be a bit of a tense situation in the air. Everyone seems to be fighting their own battle today. It's about 3 p.m. in the afternoon here north of Dawngleam on the Neck.
Everyone's fighting their own battle, but Alan and Tierney are not fighting. I think it's time that we get a move on, friends.
Very well.
Yeah, Eden finishes praying.
Is Grint still reading?
Yeah, he knows that we're not leaving until the cart leaves, so he's just sitting there.
Didn't take him quite much for an academic.
Let me ask you this really quick about the cart. Is it, you said that there's a door earlier, so is it like a cabin type of cart?
That's exactly how I picture it. Just like a small. I mean, it's not meant for habitation, but it's like a small. I'm imagining like a storage cabin. Like, it's like a. Like what's the? Sorry, there's a word here that escapes me, but it's like a small, functional. We can put stuff in a cart. You have a couch wedged in there right now, and a dwarf that could sit on the couch if you wanted to.
I think Grint would enjoy the relaxation. Would we be able to, like if the two gentlemen rode the horses, do you think that Eden and I would be able to, well, I guess Eden's a boy too, would we be able to sit on top of the cart? It's so hard because I look at you and then I have to think Eden's a boy.
I don't see why not. Certainly, you could
Okay.
you could climb up on the cart, sure.
Just trying to give everybody some sort of option of making transportation a bit faster.
Lauren,
Hmm.
how long were you at this chapel?
A few hours at most.
A few hours. Did you see anybody pass up until the scuffle with us and the trackers?
I don't know. That would be a hard no. A lonely road.
Can I look at the road and see how often I estimate it to be traveled? How many weeds are on it?
You
How
absolutely
trampled
can.
is it?
Roll investigation.
$22.
You feel like a player on a stage, Tierney. You look down and you hope that the stagecraft department notices that something does not seem quite right about this road.
Having trouble with that.
Sorry.
Yeah, why didn't we see anybody else on this road? Why are we alone? This is a major trade argument.
Is it?
Is that a question?
That's a genuine question, yes.
Okay, the answer is yes.
I suppose that does make it a bit more strange then that for 3+ hours we were the only ones to employ this road.
Imagine one of the thoroughfares in Waterdeep and 0 people to pass in 3 hours. There would be a calamity that would cause this.
Well, there's your party, myself, and the two that are presumably in the ground now.
Yes, all of them are related to us.
Such that it is.
Tierney, your heart beats in your head. You can feel this in your bones.
You can tell straight up, Lauren does not seem troubled by this nearly as much as you are.
Eden Cather, you conclude your prayer and you feel not a sense of relief, but a sense of time moving. You feel a sense that you are part of something larger.
All right. Shall we go?
Lauren, can you explain to me real quick? One eye.
That's a
You're
bit rude.
you're a bichromat, right? Or do you have a magical property to your eye?
Oh, it is by no means magical, my friend.
I
As
mean,
you
no insult.
very uncomfortably take the white glove that he has and pull the eye out of its socket. Travesty, as it were, as he will hold it up to you, a glass and eye. And he will stare very intentionally with the open socket to you.
You feel a bit unnerved. Anyone who witnesses this.
I'll say no more. Clearly, I've said too much.
Somebody's dramatic.
I think he will pop it back in.
Lauren, you do feel a flavor of drama. In the same breath, you surmise that you wonder how this group of people survived without a little bit of drama like yours before you came along.
The answer is Tyranny and I created our own drama.
I've gone on quite the diatribe explaining my apparently how a group of 5 people out in the middle of nowhere know nothing of the College of Waterdeep. I know not of who you work for.
I'll
You
hand the
there
mic
know
to Alan
insignias?
or Eden.
Well, if you don't already know who I am, then you have no right to know who I am.
Fair.
We're a group of adventurers.
I've gathered that you were not truly furniture salesmen.
Some of us are, apparently.
Look, I just like the yellow couch. I've not had a yellow couch before. And it was comfortable. You have to appreciate the little things in life, like eventually catching a fish.
We are tasked to a paid goal of taking an artifact out of the Temple of Lathander.
Oh.
And
That's
by
our
tasked
purpose.
with... Never mind.
We're not thrilled about the arrangement, but here we are.
Then we find ourselves on common trail.
How so?
I too am on the way to the Temple of Lathander.
For what
Obviously not
reason?
to steal their artifacts, but I have
What are
my
you
own reason.
researching there?
The ground.
Oh, so exciting.
Is it sanctified? Is that why?
Theirs is. This wasn't. A curse. Cursed ground. A graveyard.
Yeah, it
go
makes
on.
sense.
Is this your area of research?
Yes. I'm a geomancer. I believe I've demonstrated before, as he will yet again move rocks across the ground with a flick of the wrist.
Ooh, cool party tricks.
Indeed, these are party tricks.
So, we've all kind of talked about, what our strong suits are. Tell us about yours. I know that you're a geomancer. I know that you can do party tricks, but I'm assuming that that's not all you can do.
So you wish a display of my skills, then?
Sure.
He will recite an incantation very seriously and stand upon a giant stone fist that erupts from the ground.
All right.
It will sign the symbol of Mistra as he stands atop it.
Why fist, though?
Because it's explicitly what the spell is. It's
I know, I'm just messing with you. If it wasn't a fist, what would you have it be?
That's a very good question.
A fist?
That's an excellent way of
Suppose
phrasing
that is
that.
truly the importance of the hand. It holds things. It stops people from moving.
I see.
So, are y'all done measuring dicks yet?
Nobody's... What? Grint!
Good point.
Brings a good purpose. Should probably
Let's get a
go
move
right
on.
now. Thorn will dramatically let the hand slowly rescind back into the ground.
I'm gonna hop up on top of the cart. I'm gonna sit up top. Eden, you're welcome up here if you'd like. I don't hate you.
I didn't think you did.
Okay.
Disappointed, perhaps, but I've dealt with worse.
You'll learn one day. It's all right.
Eden hops up.
Other travel arrangements or other ways that people are choosing to position themselves?
I'll be at the head of the cart holding the reins.
Grint Grommel.
Grant wants to sleep on the couch.
Grint's inside. Lauren.
Provided it otherwise isn't taken the passenger seat that he was sitting in beforehand.
I believe it is not. Is that everybody then? So I have Alan and Eden up top. I have Grint sleeping inside. I have Lorne and Tierney at the reins. Is all of that correct? Tierney, as you travel northward, roll D100.
$27.
Noted.
Damn, he a good driver.
You travel uninterrupted north on the road. The sun eventually starts to get low in the sky. The path to the Temple of Lathander is barely 10 miles north, and you're able to travel overland quickly. Is that your eventual destination?
It is. I would like to make it to this temple with as much alacrity as we can muster. Sick of the road. This place is weird.
A number of things seem peculiar to you here. You arrive somewhere new. Distantly, off of the northeast of the road, you see, peeking through the trees, bits of white marble, what could be a temple. Looking at your map, this certainly appears to be where you've been intended to go for quite some time.
How long have we traveled?
One moment. You travel for several hours. You make good time, and you are uninterrupted. By the time you arrive here, the sun has just set. It is dusk. Little bits of sunlight stream through the trees. The road ends here, and you can see a small path leading upwards towards the bits of temple that you can see.
So my question is, would Grant be able to fit in a short rest on the way here?
Yes, I think that is reasonable. Grinth is able to short rest inside. I think that's an excellent perspective on what he did there. That's a perfect application of short rest.
I would have definitely eaten.
What did you eat?
I'm looking at my manifest real quick.
Does anyone else consume anything on the way?
I don't think I have anything to consume.
Looks like I have iron rations.
Oh, rations. Yes. I would like to eat a ration then. When we stop, it's hard to eat an iron ration on the road if you're driving.
Totally. Well, you arrive here. It is getting rather late into the evening. You can't see very far into the forest or up the path.
We're gonna need to find a place to sleep.
Can I... Not very good with animals, but can I tell what these animals' fatigue level is and what I should do to make them not die?
You could share some of your water with them, but it would deplete your water. The horses need watered and fed once a day. You have food supplies for the horses in the cart.
Well, I'd like to dismount and ask for Eden's help in this horse feeding activity.
Eden will assist.
Eden, you seem to know a lot about animals, and I'm at a bit of a lack here. Can you help me feed these horses?
Of course, they're very gentle.
Show me.
Eden will demonstrate the proper care and feeding of horses. He'll say, we'll need to find water for them.
Oh, speaking of that, Lorne, do you think that your owl would be able to maybe find a nearby creek or something? See if there's one nearby?
Supposed to the best of its ability, yeah.
I just think it would be useful instead of having one of us go off alone.
A creek we'll be looking for then. Oh,
Thank you.
with a general impression to find water. I'm not going to follow it through its eyes. If it finds it, great. If it doesn't, whatever.
It will take a bit of time, but it will report back to you in 10 turns or less with a bit of information. You send your owl up and away. It flies silently through the air. The dark woods seem especially tall around you here.
All right, so is the Temple of Lathander in the deep woods, or we're near a bay? Is it on the bay, or is it tucked away in the wood?
It's tucked away in the woods.
How tall is it?
How tall is
Yeah,
what?
how the temple? Like, how large is the temple?
Can't see much from here. All you could see was a bit of stone through the trees. You'll have to get closer to do an accurate survey.
I think I'm going to wait for the horses to be watered, for us to be marshaled at full strength before I go. So I'm going to let people mill about and get ready in their own way.
You do so, waiting for your party to coalesce. Anyone else taking any actions?
So what precisely are you looking for? You said an artifact of Lathander, right?
We are looking for the Quill of Mistra.
A trinket, then.
Isn't everything a trinket? What does Grint do and Alan do?
I am going to be looking around for a place that we can somehow make up a place to sleep, because we're all going to need rest. I don't know if sleeping in the temple would be a good idea or not.
They are a temple of well-meanered people. They follow the Thander. God of the righteous and virtue and all that.
Sure, but they might not be willing to allow us to stay the night.
Or perhaps not the night, but I'm sure pilgrims come here, yes?
Maybe.
Have I seen anybody on the road during our 6-hour trip?
You have seen absolutely no one on the road.
Terrifying.
0 people.
I don't think pilgrims come here, my friend. I don't think anybody comes here. We may be the only people in this entire world.
You feel a sense of dread and isolation. You are starting to wonder existential things about your existence.
Tyranny.
Alan.
The lack of people has been starting to get to me as well.
It's not just here, it's everywhere. Lack of people on the boat. Lack of people in the city. We didn't run into a single person on our way out. Lack of people on the road. Everybody we meet is emaciated or a brute under the employ of the mayor. I don't know who lives in this area, if anybody. Sorry, You excluded Lauren.
It seemed quite offended.
It's definitely interesting, but like what could it be? So
So
I
you
just
said that
it's so strange, but it couldn't be a coincidence at this point.
not to pry deeply into the troubles of my new traveling companions, but you said that there was no one on the boat. You made it here on a boat with no one.
No, we had a crew.
Of 3 on a 3-masted vessel.
Do we want to disclose our new information? Because I feel like that's the route we're going, Tierney.
We already have.
Yeah. Seems like it.
Alan, go ahead.
So it seems that the boat that we arrived on is a spelljammer. I don't know if you've heard of those. I don't know if you know of them.
Yes, I know what a spelljammer is.
Yes, well, it's turned out that that's what it is. So I'm wondering at this point if this is the type of ship and they're able to travel through space to different dimensions and planes and whatnot. Maybe we were directed to a dimension of someone's creation.
Well, that'd be quite unfortunate because I walked here, not on a spelljammer.
But how do we know that?
Perhaps I could be lying.
Perfect question.
He will kick up his boots
Perfect
to show
question.
that they are well worn.
I mean, but we've seen in the town drunk people and all these other people that are made to look a specific way. So what if you're actually here as a pawn?
I'll frown.
You look up as if he was pulled by strings that weren't there.
A question echoes in your mind, Alan Vaughn, as you turn these words over. If he's a pawn of whom?
I think that's the big question overall in general.
I agree.
Grant snaps his book shut. He goes, "Oh my gosh, it's so interesting. We're literally here. Can we just get the thing and go?"
Well, Grint, if we're supposed to just get the thing and then just bring it back to the Baron, what if this is some sort of test by him at which, we go and get the quill and decide to try and go our own way, you know what I mean, and not listen to his rules or whatever you want to call them, and then we're all killed in the process because of the fact that we didn't obey the rules, because this is a dimension of someone's creation specifically to test us, to see if we can actually go on the real mission to get the real quill. I'm just saying.
Grant looks at Alan like she just said the dumbest thing he has ever heard, and then he starts walking towards the temple.
How often are you lot manipulated? And he
I don't know, Tierney. It's something.
I share your concerns, or similar concerns.
I'm just trying to rack my brain for something.
I've been trying for days.
Eden?
Yes.
You've just been quiet.
I just don't know what to make of all of this. The world feels real to me.
But does it, though? When you sit and think about it, like Tierney just said, we don't run into many people, and the people we do run into are people that are specifically related to the mayor somehow, or related to the Baron somehow, or related to the crew somehow.
When I speak of the world, I'm not talking about the people living in it. I'm talking about the wind blowing through the trees, the sun that's beating down on us during the day. If this is a test, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a hop and a skip to make sure Grint doesn't get too far ahead of us.
I'll follow Cheney.
He's 80% of the martial capacity of this group.
True.
Eden will make sure the horses are tied up and happy where they are before following after the others.
You do so.
Get out of my space.
Your owl returns, Lauren. You have, inherently, a pretty good grasp of what's around you. Your owl was not able to find any water. The closest body of water is the ocean to the east.
I relay this in the simplest term.
You relay a rough
Good to know.
sense of what's around you. As you approach up the path, Grint and the Grint containment system, you are able to see that this temple appears to be ruined. There is rubble where there were once pillars. You notice that 2 torches are lit at the entrance, however. The entrance is stairs leading downward into the earth. Outside, there is a small extinguished campfire at the entrance just below the stairs. Around the temple, the forest is massive.
Were we expecting it to be ruined?
Yes, I think so.
I
This whole
believe so,
country is
yes.
ruined, yeah.
Well, specifically, I believe the Baron said you're heading into ruins to retrieve an artifact. Grint is going towards the stairs. He's actually excited about the prospect of getting underground.
I don't know what time in Faerunian history this is, but at some point, Lathander disappeared. So this could be the time of Lathander's disappearance.
Grint Grommel, before you enter within this temple, you will want to have your entire party with you. You will want
Naturally.
you will want to go together.
No. Grint just is standing at the threshold. He's breathing in that air.
You breathe in the cool, damp air that emanates from the underground cavern. It is evening. Oh, go ahead. And also, any questions about the outside? Lauren, go ahead.
He was mostly interested to see what means does this rubble seem to, come from? Is this like a war-torn building? Was this knocked over, or is this just ruin over time?
You fall to one knee and pick up a chunk of mortar, attempting to discern what the provenance of it was. Roll investigation.
Six.
You are able to discern that it was not natural causes that did this. Holding the mortar in your hand, it feels dusty, heavy, significant, old, ancient.
I'll set it back on the ground and join the party. Around what I assume this is like a rock wall.
Yes, that is a stone wall.
I will go up to the temple entrance, it looks like here, and put my hand on the wall and do detect magic.
You detect during your travels, Alan, you saw technology that was new to Faerun. You once saw something so technological it approached magic. People extracting energy from the earth, massive geysers that could be collected. Casting detect magic here, it reminds you of that. Just pouring out of the earth, pouring out of this entrance. You can sense the weave, like cut pieces, like confetti flying from this underground opening. You also observe. You see tendrils of magic coming from somewhere else, on top of the structure that forms the entrance archway here. There's a large aperture shaped like the sun set into the top. Several holes are lined around the edges of the sun, allowing magic to escape.
Can I roll Arcana on it?
Certainly.
I know absolutely nothing.
What was your roll?
A 1.
On die?
On die.
Noted.
It would technically be a 6, but on die it was a 1.
You feel immense magical energy here. You're having trouble placing exactly what it is.
I would like to use my what was it? Detect good and evil, I think. 1 second. Yes, detect good and evil.
You are able to detect something. This area, this place, you can almost picture great ley lines, great conduits of magic, all leading here, both good and evil. Wherever you are at the nexus of many things. You sense that this site, despite its mundane appearance, is at the nexus of something important.
That would be overwhelming.
You're exactly right.
I assume that, or I suppose that you guys would see Alan go up and kind of place her hand on the entryway, and she'll kind of stumble backwards a bit, not falling down the stairs or anything, but you can see she's clearly taking in a lot of information, but she doesn't say anything.
There's a lot to take in. People are able to observe you taking it all in, feeling a bit overwhelmed.
To be honest, guys, it's been a bit since we've rested. Maybe we should not go inside quite yet.
Why not?
We all didn't ride in on a couch, Scrint.
Yeah, I think that we need to rest. We all need to rest. Not to concern anyone, but this is clearly the apex of something very big.
What time of the day is it?
Roughly 8 p.m., just past dusk. The sun has set now. It still provides a bit of illumination beyond the horizon, but for the most part, you are standing here with just the illumination of those 2 torches at the entrance.
And the
It does
torches
make
are lit,
sense.
huh?
It does make sense to enter a temple of the Morning Lord in the morning.
I
So what do we want to do? We didn't really prepare for where we were going to sleep.
We can sleep here.
If that's the case, Crint walks over. It looks like there's a campfire there, yeah?
That's exactly right.
Can he tell how long it's been since it was doused?
Roll investigation.
9.
You pick up a piece of charred ash or charred wood from the campfire, from the fire pit. You're having a hard time telling exactly when this was quenched. However, you can discern quickly, given your martial experience, that it was quenched somewhat recently, or this would be reduced to simple gray ash. You can tell, even without being able to get the specifics, Grint, within the past 3 days.
Okay. Here comes the follow-up. Are there footprints around this campsite?
There are. There are a number of what seem like heavy boots in the mud. They lead toward the temple.
And these seem to be newish. Because I imagine there could be lots of footprints around, but these stick out in particular is what you're telling me.
You are exactly correct, Grant. There are a number of footprints you are able to discern, but these seem more recent than most. But you do observe a number of footprints, all leading toward the entrance to the temple. These, coming from the campfire, seem most recent.
Right, and furthermore, you said they were muddy, so I have a feeling that we're looking at muddy footprints going in, yeah? Are they coming back out?
No.
Grint relays this information as efficiently as possible.
How would you do? Please do so.
Okay, yeah. Grint just kneels down. He says, somebody made camp here recently and went inside, didn't come back out.
Yeah, well, I didn't expect this to be an easy journey. The Baron said that he's sent many groups of people to try and collect this, so I can only assume that this will not be an easy challenge.
Just the very last thing I'll ask is that you said these boots seem like they were heavy. Perhaps armored boots?
That's exactly correct. That's exactly what I meant.
Yeah, so Grint will also he'll say whoever they were armed for sure.
Of course.
Could be treasure hunters, but either way, it's very likely they won't take kindly to us.
We are treasure hunters right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not to mention, if they didn't come back
Wow.
out, it's quite possible that they're not alive anymore.
Maybe, but
We're
let's
still in there.
be prepared just in case.
Are we not expecting to run into any of the priests that used to tend this place?
I hope not.
Grant looks around. He goes, "Does this place look tended?"
This Baron of yours, which I assume you are the employer of, you said that he sent many groups to claim this magical trinket of yours.
Supposedly.
So he claimed, but he claims much.
He also presumably sent you on a very magical ship. Across water. I might add.
Cross water.
A ship that goes through space and time.
Your confusion is shared by me,
I'm
Lauren.
beginning to pick up on the tendrils of this mystery that unnerves you so.
And you share.
And I share.
Grant stands up abruptly. I'll take first watch.
Good. Who's taking second watch?
I'll take second. Eden can join me.
I will take first watch with Grint.
Could Grant reignite this campfire?
You could.
He's got a piece of raw sea bass he'd like to cook on it. He has a let's see. He has a what's it called? Shit, artisan cooking stuff, so he could like pan sear it or whatever he wants to do.
You cook your sea bass. Go ahead and remove the raw from your manifest and apply this to today. If anyone else is eating or drinking today, far be it from me to tell you to nourish yourselves. Let's make those arrangements now and update the manifest.
And today's Monday, right?
It is. And then
An ambiguous yes.
I will, yes. Let's square up afterwards. And then some questions. So I have so remember we break watches into two if necessary. So the first one I have Grint and Tierney. Is that right? Is that confirmed? Okay.
Yes.
And then I have Eden and Alan for the second one. Is that correct?
Yes.
Lorne will also take second one. He's known much of Tierney so far, not so much of the other two. I don't think Lorne would find Grint to be a conversationalist.
Few do. So we have Grint and Tierney on first watch, Eden, Alan, Lauren second watch. I have a critical question for all of you, and I'm going to paper this a little bit with an out of character thing first, okay? I'm going to ask you a question. It's okay to say no if you... This is largely a comfort test, okay? I'm not trying to overcook this. But consider your answer carefully, and no answer will be thrown out lightly. Starting with our second watch, so the people who would be going to sleep first. Eden Cather, do you dream?
Yes.
Alan Vaughn, do you dream?
With the amount of stuff that's going on right now and all the theories running through her head, absolutely she would be dreaming.
Lauren?
If she can get a good night's rest. If not, then no.
Got it. Lauren?
Yes, and I'll put something in my chat.
Understandable. Got it. And you and me will catch up afterwards for a couple things. Grint Grommel and Tierney Fang.
Grint always sleeps after, or dreams after there's been a fight.
And finally, certainly neither last nor least, Mr. Fang, do you dream?
It's not my choice.
An interesting answer. Okay. Let's cut the session there. Everybody good for next Friday?
Yes.
Yeah,
I
let's do it.
honestly thought
Hell yes.
you were going to ask us to do another 2 hours, and I was like, yes, absolutely.
We could, but I'd rather not. No, let's try.
I
No, this
gotcha.
is like good. No, but everyone's good for next Friday.
Absolutely.
Yes, and as an out of character note, I intend to go into the temple in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's definitely the plan.
So thank you everybody for welcoming Flamari, aka Dave, into our D&D session. Who has watched every session carefully from the stream, which I think is incredible.
It is. It's awesome because you're all up to speed. It's not like bringing in somebody brand spanking new and trying to divulge information like you know what's going on.
Yeah, it does make it brevity.
Also, I don't hate you. My character is just very picky about her people.
Don't worry about it. If you have any problems with Lauren, take it up with him. I'm Felmari. I just puppet him.
We Eden met Dave's character from the last.
Oh, really? Was that
Yeah.
yours?
That was
Oh.
his character. Yeah. Tyrion the Fear.
Which the wonderful DM has so graciously taken up into his own arm. Quite admirably, I might add.
If you don't want me doing stuff with your characters, especially after the conclusion of the campaign, I know this isn't you, Flamari. This is just a general catch-all. If you don't want me doing stuff with your characters, you got to tell me.
Oh, I would love to see it.
Oh, me too. I still, one of my favorite, I really liked Grin's first stream, the giant sword, stepping on Thay. I thought that was really cool. I thought that was a good one.
Sick.
Iconic.
I appreciate the trillion D dice that you roll for damage.
People dreaming of Grint.
Who wouldn't?
I liked Ian and Grin's trial quite a bit. I thought that was cool. I thought this was a very good session. I really enjoy people's deductive reasoning.
This was a great session. I feel like we accomplished a lot, although we may not have moved far as like where we were at specifically, but I feel like we accomplished a lot in terms of learning about the campaign and the world and really exploring everybody's mental state. I think that was really great.
I agree.
I feel like we're building towards certain inter-party things that will come to a head.
Do you?
If there's a TBK,
Oh, I do.
it will be Eden's fault. I think that Grint has like a close second on that one, but Eden's gonna be like, this booby trap is evil. I'm gonna take it out.
Jules, sorry to yell at your character.
No, not at all. Like I love that sort of thing. That's good role play in my book. So
Poor Dave, he's a nice person.
I thought that was really funny when Tierney busted in with "You desecrated a symbol of Shar." That was pretty good.
Not exactly who I want the eyes of upon me right now.
Very valid.
Tired of getting looked at? Tired of being under the microscope?
It sucks to be seen sometimes, you know?
My camera's been driving me crazy. It's like super blurry all of a sudden.
Yeah, I struggled to get the right lighting. It's like I have to keep a white page on the left monitor, otherwise I'm in the void of darkness.
Yeah.
I'm using after I got a lot of that specific feedback from her. I got that specific feedback a lot from Fall of Cormier. I now have a ring light because otherwise I have the same thing where you can kind of tell what I'm looking at depending on what's up. You know, like these bright white here, I'll do it. Like here's a see how white it just got? That's a that's a Google sheet.
Feedback from my wife, who's an audio engineer. Falmari.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Buy a mic.jpg.
Pop filter. That's what you need, I think.
Well, he has a pop filter. I can see it. I think it's more so just like pop. Well, hey, we'll talk later. I thought it was great. I thought you sounded wonderful.
Yeah. I like the accent. It was fun. You have like a little highfalutin accent.
It is really fun to play up, yeah. It's also a lot less straining, and I don't have to think as hard to get into Tyrion's voice.
Hmm.
Like, for a solid hour before the previous sessions, I'd have to, like, practice it to make sure that I was doing it the way that I wanted it to sound.
I think that's what I have to start doing because my accent comes and goes for Alan. But I've decided in my own brain, if it keeps happening and I just can't stop it, it's because she was born in Cormier and was in Cormier and then moved to Sembia, and so she's lost pieces of her accent. Just like when people move from like the north to the south and they get pieces of the southern accent, Alan just has some Cormirian accent. That's all.
Yeah, it's just a solid linguistic drift.
I commend anybody for trying an accent, even if they fail.
Yeah.
It's really
Same.
hard.
It is.
It's like fun when you're doing it for fun. You know what I mean? Like when you're just joking around, so easy, but when you're actually actively trying to do it, it's so much more difficult. Very frustrating.
Oh, speaking of gods and stuff like that, so Tempest gave Grint a magical dagger, and it's just like, okay, just throw that shit in the bag. We got plenty of those.
I mean, fucking, it is an amazing dagger, don't get me wrong, but it's not necessarily Grint's style. Although now here's the thing though, right? I was thinking that I was like, yeah, I should really get a dagger just for menial stuff. And so now, like, Grint's gonna be like filleting chicken with like the +4 acid damage dagger given to him by his god, and it's like that seems like sacrilege. I don't even know if I would want to use it for that.
Does Grint like spicy food? It spices up your food.
Yeah, right.
So what
so how
else?
about that Spelljammer, guys?
How about it?
I have oh man, I have so many questions. I
Do you?
really don't understand. Like the fact that the Baron just gives us this ship. Does he have any fucking idea what it is? Like,
He has to.
Does the
would
captain?
Does the captain? Does the crew? Does anybody know? Anybody at all? He's just like, oh, free boat, fuck it.
The crew didn't do shit. Of course they know.
Yeah. So what is it? The Githraki or Githyanki or whatever it's called?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So
Githyanki.
are they able to like shapeshift or something? Like, are they able to disguise? Because like, what if they all are Githyanki and they're able to like just change their form?
Could be, but unlikely, I think.
I don't know that much
Just
about them.
David. They're like astral pirates. They're highly magically attuned, but they don't use a lot of magic. They worship unknown dark gods adrift in the abyss. Their mortal enemy are Illithid, who are like Cthulhu-looking guys that eat your brain.
Mind flayers.
Oh yeah,
Mind flayers, yep.
yeah.
And they are naturally magical, but they don't necessarily do magic, so they have a lot of magic resistance. And they are beings created on the astral plane, created from pure magic.
Interesting.
I don't
So,
want to fight them. I hope our patrons are not Githyanki.
Okay, but again, so then that would mean the Baron knows it's a magical ship, and his best use of it is to just ferry schmucks back and forth to run his little errands. Really, like that doesn't make sense to me. There's
I
gotta be
mean-
something going on there.
Eden was asking the captain like how he chose the ship and whatever. He was like, "This isn't even my first choice."
Yeah, what was his first
True.
choice? A spelljammer, we could just fly us straight to the temple. We didn't have to go on the water at all.
If we knew how, maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he just thinks it's the Baron was like, yeah, it's enchanted to just go wherever and fucking.
with that being said, though, somebody would typically still be driving it, right?
Yeah, there's that helmet,
like-
right? That somebody's supposed to be wearing.
Yeah.
Correct.
There are also, self-conscious ships who drive themselves.
See, that was my first thought, is that maybe the ship's alive, right?
The typical spelljammer is just like a castle in the sky type mechanism where somebody's driving it. But it's not my world, so.
Or is
So
it?
strange.
Ooh.
Tyranny hopes not.
Honestly, that's my favorite part about playing D&D, though, right? It's because you have all these player preconceptions, and then the quality DM then shifts them.
Have you ever questioned the nature
And
of
vice
your
versa.
reality?
With
I
that
haven't.
being said,
But Tyranny has.
though, making it a major mission for us to be able to find out how to drive the Spelljammer and how to magically attune to it could be a major plot point for us, because now we know. You know what I mean? If we're going to go into this Temple of Lathander and risk our lives for something that technically isn't really going to do any good for us, considering the fact that the Spelljammer's worth a hell of a lot more money than Quill,
Right.
maybe we have other things that are more important than trying to risk our lives to get a Quill.
Maybe it's not a spelljammer. Maybe your dream was a canard.
Mm.
Maybe.
How often do you speak with your patron?
Not very often.
So these are all their special times, or maybe you're just dreaming.
Maybe. There's one way to find out. Find out how to find out.
I certainly hope my trip to the Shadowfell was a dream.
One can only pray.
What were you doing in the Shadowfell? Why'd you go there? Just go somewhere else.
Shar shows up to have a word with you personally.
Yeah, just chilling. I'm like chilling in her backyard. Like, hey, remember when you busted my symbol?
Oh no. Yeah. What if she shows up in your dream tonight and she's like, motherfucker.
Why do you think Tyranny was so mad?
Well, the bright side, Tyranny wasn't the one who explicitly
True.
consecrated.
Yeah, those gods, they're just so reasonable.
But
Yeah, I
what
know.
if it's like what if she gives you like I can't think of the word. I keep losing my words today. Like just lost. What if she gives you an ultimatum and she's like, I will kill you in your sleep or you kill Eden. Like what
Are you asking me what Tyranny would do?
Yeah, I mean I don't want to know the
I know what
answer.
Tyranny would do.
I don't want to know the answer.
I welcome my player death.
You're already
Do you?
tired of poor little Eden?
It's a rite of passage, your character dying, that you've
Yeah.
fallen in love with. It
Yeah.
really is.
Yep, that was a rough one. I don't think Z's dead. She's not dead. She might be, but she's not.
I still mourn Chuckles.
Tyrion
Do it up
didn't die.
We
but
all
it
do.
should- or at least
My last character, Chuckles.
Tyrion didn't canonically die in our story, but it's still like that weight of loss definitely sat with me for a couple of weeks afterward.
I
Do you know?
ball.
Do you know what I really liked? The 25 week or so, or the 25 session wind up on feeling bad for characters just going different directions. That was really good. Like there was a strong sense of. I still think my favorite. I know I talk about this all the time. I think my favorite scene from Fall of Cormyr, honestly, of which I had many, was when I asked you, "Does Tyrion want to be found?" He said no, instantly, quickly. You left your friends. That changed a lot of things, right? That may have been other than, and I know this doesn't matter for the players that weren't there. Other than the other, I think big Dias Cast thing was when you guys chose to take the portal instead of going up through the basement into Suzail. That was very much, even though I understand from the post session things that nobody felt that way at the time. That was very much meant to be a binary decision that you guys took. And I thought,
Was it really?
yes,
We just rolled the dice, it felt like, to me.
No, because
Yeah.
I remember we tried to leave that basement, and you were like, "There's no way to do it."
It was
That's what I recall. You're
was
saying
just
it might
hard.
have there might have been harder to do. I thought we were completely blocked in. We were up against the wall. That's what I thought was going on there.
I know. I think we've all talked, and I think I did a pretty poor job presenting it. But I have a feeling you guys would have chosen your path anyway, regardless of how it was positioned.
I mean, Chuckle stepped through. It's a gamble. I'm taking it.
There you go.
I'm extremely interested. I think there were several things this session that were kind of like binary choice type things. Particularly, yes, I'm glad you laughed, Joe, because I'm Eden's in my mind when I say that. That's exactly what I was thinking.
All right.
So
Yeah.
I'm with you 100%. No,
I
there's.
see a narrative theme. I immediately jump on it.
I wasn't trying to. Hopefully, I didn't. So something that I think is tough to deliver are these, especially when it relates to checks and stuff like that. These things are like, you feel X because I'm not your character. Who am I to say how you feel? So hopefully, it wasn't too heavy-handed when I was saying it's like, hey, this is part of your moral code. But when you seized on that, I really liked it because it would have been very easy. I mentioned this on the stream when Alan was saying like, hey, don't do this. The path of least resistance is to say, okay, and just like, back up from the situation to say, never mind, I won't do that. So I very much like that you dug in and said, no, this is part of how I see the good and evil axis, right? Like this is something where this goes beyond a simple disagreement about what to do with the situation. This is a larger disagreement about morality, which I thought was very good.
Yeah, and I think for me it was particularly interested, like, not to go on forever about my character, but like he has this dynamic with his family where he's just always sort of followed what they did, and at this point he actually sort of sees Alan as family. So it was impactful for that character in the moment to be told like a direct command from somebody familial and then say no, actually.
Aw, that's so cute. I honestly think I could have approached it better too, because I was just like, no. Like, instead of being like, well, why don't we wait until Tierney gets back and we talk to him and see like if he has any idea of what this is, like why don't we just wait it out a little bit, or just kind of like reasoned with you more. I feel like I was just kind of like, no, don't do it. But at that point, I think that Alan was just overwhelmed at that point as well.
That makes sense.
There was
Yeah.
a lot of like, I feel like if I went too in depth too, like Alan was really overwhelmed by the amount of like evil energy she just felt. She's like, I've not felt that before. I don't want anything to do with this. But Eden's like a little brother almost, like not that you're little, but you know what I mean, like a younger brother, and she just, you know what I mean, like her initial instinct was to try and protect you. But then when you decided to move forward, she was like, fuck you, Eden. I'm in my own magic circle. You don't
That's
be in my
true.
magic
That's
circle.
very true.
I feel like the dad that came home when the kid broke the toaster or something.
And I was like, I didn't do it. Okay,
Tierney's
I'm in my
like,
magic circle.
I leave for 20 minutes, I come back,
Exactly.
and you have pissed off a god.
Exactly. Like, what worse could you have done in the last 20 minutes?
Grit has been very quiet this session. I'm just gonna point that out.
I want to know what Grint's reading. Like, David wants to
True
know.
facts.
Tierney's gift to Grint is never talk to him.
It's not the provincial. Did we get the provincial guide? I don't think we did. No.
No.
Grant brought books with him.
Yeah, but that's like part of your character line too, right? Like your books are part of your character.
I'm imagining they're like tactical novels.
You're pretty close, yeah.
They're dwarven soap novellas.
Do you know what something that I'm just looking through my notes as I close them? Something that I thought was going to come up during this session. So of course it's written, and I was surprised nobody probed at it. I examine the graves. I look at the gravestone. What does the gravestone say? So there's something written for all. Far be it from me to tell you, but like I was surprised that people didn't ask about that.
I was thinking about it, but we were at such a crossroads where it's like we've got to get stuff done. Everyone's kind of scrambling.
I'm so.
But so speaking of earlier when you were talking about how you left for like 20 minutes, came back. I felt like Eden felt like that when he was like, "Hey guys, look, I found a trail," and he turns around and like Brent and Alan have already killed 2 people, and you just like, "What the fuck?"
I mean, he definitely felt this sense of like I need to like write something in the world to make up for what just happened.
I do enjoy having these like level 1 NPCs that are meant to sort of represent commoners or people starting off, or people just kind of getting their bearings on life, so that Grint can instantly kill them in one round. It's like, here's your, Adam, if you got 16 hit points, sorry, Grint did 22 this round.
Just red shirts for Grint to slay.
Yeah, I stole your kill, Grint, and you didn't even yell at me.
That wasn't Grint's. He only wanted the one.
Well, they were like.
Huh.
They were like grist for the mill of like, let's say, if what happens when underpowered people come to arrest you, you know what I mean? Or like what if somebody who clearly can't overpower you comes and says, "You're coming with me"? Well, this party's answer is apparently you fucking kill him. That's the moral debate.
Grint did try. Grint went, "You don't want none," and they fucked around and found out. I don't know what to tell you.
I tried to defuse.
I honestly
It's
thought there was
true.
going to be more of them, and
Same. That's why I tried to
seeing
defuse.
the 2 of them already going in, like I was just like, I'm so tired of people trying to fuck with us that at this point, like I'm just kind of over it. Like if you're gonna fight us, then so be it. Here you go, Eldritch Blast, bitch.
Like 2 random schmucks with terrible gear go chasing a party of adventurers. If we hadn't killed them, how long would they have lasted? Let's be real about this.
The only unfortunate thing being that they didn't even like raise their weapon. So again, it was another Advent like instance of we just slayed somebody.
That's just how quick Grant is. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
All right, it's called efficiency.
I think it's weird though that just 2 weaklings came after us though. Like I didn't expect it to just be 2 of them, so that was very interesting.
Yeah, it's weird. The mayor was going to pay us like fucking 1,000 gold, and the only thing he can afford are like a guy and an elk skin.
Well, I think that was more about pointing to like the desperate atmosphere that's in Coromir right now. It is a war-torn land, after all. Those guys were, barely above farmers and scraps, trying to get that big payday. They took a gamble, came up snake eyes.
I think that's a good readlet.
Makes sense. I'm excited for next session. I think that this is going to be fun.
Oh, me too. Yeah, I mean, so there's like a hole in the ground. Okay, little chunks of the weave are spewing out of it. Let's go. Let's see. Let's see what's going on.
Sounds like a
There's
bad
another
idea.
party down there. I mean, it's about to be our big party.
Literally
PvP?
nothing bad could happen.
Yeah, just
Nothing
bring him
bad
on
could
board. Bring him on board.
You
We'll
know,
help you guys survive. We'll split it up 4 ways. And
Tierney
we take him out.
impressed
kidding.
with Alan. Usually morally conflicted parties spend the first 3 rounds of combat just fucking dicking around. Can we try and parlay with them while somebody else is stabbing? This guy over here is mind controlling and holding. Somebody else is like rummaging through their pack for some reason. So if this party can get all on the same page with its level of brutality toward people who wish us harm, Tierney would be more than pleased.
Yeah, I think that things are starting to come together. Like, Alan's been here, but she usually is by herself, not with a party, not trying to cause any chaos or anything like that. Usually is in like a ruins, and not to mention she has invisibility. Like she is just an escapee. Like that's it. Alan doesn't fuck with people. She just does her thing, gets what she needs, and gets out. And so now having to implement violence, at first it was, she was like, why are we doing this? This doesn't make any sense. But, with the incident with Grant and seeing like how volatile people are and like how literally crazy they are here, she's just like, I don't know, I'm done. I'm kind of done with this. Like, I'm not going to not attack these people because I'm not putting my neck on the line.
The person not on the same page with us is definitely Eden.
Yes.
Oh,
absolutely.
for sure. For sure.
I think several sessions ago I wrote in my notes something like, Alan has to leave the party because there's going to be conflict. And now if I was to write that, I would say Eden. So Tierney's got my eye on you, Eden.
Yeah, it's too bad that we didn't have Tierney and Eden on watch together.
Yeah, we haven't had a moment yet, but we will.
Yeah, we will.
Well,
I was also curious if the party had just kind of like fucked off and not investigated the chapel. Like, would Lauren just have followed them, or what? What was the plan there?
So from Lauren's perspective, I was watching from here and kind of
Yeah.
going back and forth to vaguely what I was doing. I don't know. I don't know. Like, if you all ended up going back north the way that he was going, that would either happen before or after he left.
Yeah.
So from his perspective, he just looks out the window, sees two dudes walk up to a bunch of bushes and tree, like the foliage line, and die.
Yeah.
Four
They
people.
exploded into violence.
This was very, very brief and like very sudden. So then you have four people then climb out of this foliage and slowly drag and retch these bodies out of.
And he was like, finally, traveling companions.
My people.
hi, waifu.
I don't know how to take off a fucking jewelry.
Right?
It's like the first time I've ever worn jewelry at all,
Literally just turn the chain around and see it and take it off.
I got the smallest chain I could because it's intended to be a choker.
Interesting.
I see what you did there.
I need to get a phalange necklace. Like, I've been trying. I looked online to try and find something, but it was all like not what I was looking for. So, working on it.
I think it would be fun if somebody else dressed up. There's a bit of an interface between online and real,
Yeah.
and you lose some of the facial gestures and some of the physical presence of how people present themselves at the D&D table. I don't know if you ever seen like somebody try and make an intimidation check, but they like scooch up in their seat and they, so I definitely am mindful of trying to present in like the image of somebody who's role playing. So I would be happy if somebody joined me.
Well, I would be happy to do that. I just work's been so busy. Like, I was yawning through this entire session. I wasn't bored at all. I'm just fucking exhausted. Like, I've been pulling 11, 12-hour days all week because I just have so many people right now. It's tough. I mean, it's good. It's a good problem to have, but it's very tiring.
Well, no pressure either way. I'm going to do what I'm going to do.
Go for it. Usually I do. Like, I have for Margot and Tanzanite, like, I meet in person on Mondays usually for my campaign. I play Margot in, and we haven't been meeting because the DM's taking like a hiatus, and we have some friends that are doing other things. So it's kind of nice right now because I'm too busy to do all the campaigns, and I would pick my Fridays because it's a 45-minute drive for me. So I don't really, you know what I mean? Like, I was just kind of like, yeah, I'd rather be playing online, but I do miss in person. The thing that I really enjoy about this campaign and being online is that Michael has such a good grasp on taking care of everybody and making sure that everybody speaks and that people aren't talking over each other and nobody's like fighting the DM. I talked to him about that before I joined, and like in my in-person campaigns, like we have a lot of like overlapping talk or side conversation, things like that, and I really love that everybody's always focused in this campaign. Like, that to me is what sets it apart from everything else.
Thank you for saying that. I would say that this party requires almost zero adjudication. You know what I mean? Like very rarely, if ever, do we have people talking over each other or any type of collisions. This party is extremely easy to work with. Everyone just feels like an incredibly seasoned D&D player, so it's like super easy to implement. I have to do like so little mediation for this party that it's really fun. You know, I have a great time with this.
Yay. I'm
Everyone's-
glad that you feel like that.
Everyone's so easy to get along with. That everyone gets along with one another, which is so important.
Yeah, I always feel bad because when I pick on Eden, I have to like message Joel and be like, "I'm sorry."
But I'm enjoying it out of character.
Yeah, I
So.
fully endorse it personally. I feel
I
free.
know.
Bully
Oh,
Lauren.
yeah.
Have fun bullying Lauren.
I think it's funny though because Dave was saying earlier that like he has such a hard time like being mean to people. I'm like, oh, it's easy, and then I'm just like telling everybody sorry on the back end. It works out. In person D&D though, in my other campaign, like, okay, so we all know Alan is a little bit spicy, right? Margot is like Alan on steroids. Like she is the spiciest character I've ever played. Like super high standards for what she believes in, and so it gets heated sometimes in our campaigns, and people get like out of character upset, and we all have to kind of like take a breather and like talk each other down. So that's fun.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so this is like a nice relief because I don't like having to do that and being like, I don't hate you in person. My character's angry.
Yeah, I think the session where Grint charged ahead and killed that kid, that was interesting for me to try to play out because I was like, my character is angry, but I don't want to start like screaming into the mic. So how do I convey that convincingly?
Scream into your mic.
I see.
There have been a few times where I've done stuff like that or like kind of like audio things, and I think you have to be really careful with it.
Yeah, for sure.
Sparing at best.
Yeah.
Like I think when our boy Loons came, I don't even know if does anybody know you as Loons here?
Latcho
Did
does.
they know you? Sorry, Dave Prime, as I am also Dave. Leaned into his mic when he was upset with the symbol Char going in. I think that was
Yeah,
great.
that's true. That was very. I liked that physicality of it.
Yeah.
I agree. Dave has an excellent command of the space.
I agree. Even with the cat being in the way.
Columbo.
I just
mostly
want
have
my
to
cat
make
to
sure
love
he
me like
doesn't-
that.
I have to make sure he doesn't burn his tail on the candle because he will.
Oh, poor
It'll
cat.
smell like burnt cat fur.
Yikes, that doesn't smell good.
I have some Natalie was taking pictures of Columbo hassling me while we were playing. I'll share them.
Please do.
Cute name.
Well,
Named after the one-eyed detective.
I'm going to go make food. I will see all of you next Friday. Thank you for playing D&D. It was awesome.
Sounds good. Bye,
Absolutely.
guys. Have a good weekend.
Later.
It was nice to meet you, Famari.
Nice to meet everybody too.